In the entirety of human history, only 4 nations have ever achieved a true lunar landing. To join that elite club, it's no easy task. Many nations and even some private companies have tried, and the vast majority, even return missions by nations that have already done it, have failed decisively. It's a critical step for any nation that aspires to spaceflight, either for reasons of exploration or to go prospecting among the incredible natural resources of the cosmos, and yet it does remain rather elusive. Over the next few years, over 100 private companies and national governments across the world will attempt lunar landings. But the United States, China, the Soviet Union, and India are the only nations thus far that have ever broken through the barrier. Or that is, until last week, when that ultra-exclusive club of 4 got a new addition: Japan. In the early days of 2024, Japan's lunar lander found its way to lunar orbit, and then to lunar descent, and then to lunar touchdown in one of the most impressive feats that the nation of Japan has ever accomplished. But there's a caveat in Japan's groundbreaking achievement, one that might cause the achievement to have little practical value at all. The lander, you see, is powered down and out of contact, and whether it ever wakes up again is entirely beyond Tokyo's control. For an object that's meant to carry the hopes and dreams of an entire nation on its back, Japan's lunar lander looks awfully unassuming, with dimensions of just 1.5 meters long by 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters tall, or 5 by 5 by 6.5 feet. The lander is small enough that it could be wedged into the back of your average SUV, and at a total mass of 590 kilograms at the time of launch, or 1,300 pounds, it's no heavier than your average subarctic bull elk. But inside those little dimensions is a whole lot of kit, and the potential to bring all of Japan some pretty incredible accolades. Its name is the Smart Lander for Investigating Moon, or SLIM. And of all the lunar landers that exist or have ever existed, SLIM is pretty impressive. Equipped with thin film solar cells and lithium-ion batteries to allow it to survive on the lunar surface, SLIM is packing 2 ceramic engines to power it through orbit maneuvers, each capable of producing 500 newtons or 112 pound force of thrust, as well as 12 much smaller 22 newton, roughly 5 pound force thrusters to control its attitude and help guide it to the lunar surface. It carries a multi-band camera for mineralogical exploration, a laser retroreflector array to mark its landing position, and a crushable set of landing gear that's meant to absorb any potential problematic impact from a harder than expected landing. But the thing that really sets SLIM apart is its optical navigation system, an instrument so precise that it's earned SLIM the informal name of Moon Sniper. The navigation system is loaded with maps that were constructed from data beamed back to Earth by a different Japanese lunar mission, the Cayuga Orbiter, and the SLIM lander is equipped to be able to match what it sees during its descent with parts of the map in order to guide itself down in a safe landing area. This process is completely autonomous, relying on unique image processing algorithms, and it's helped along by a landing radar that helps track proximity to the ground. The lander is thus able to touch down on the moon's surface with a stunning level of precision, with an accuracy within just 100 meters or 330 feet. For contrast, the Apollo 11 landing in 1969 was only able to guarantee that it would land somewhere in an area 20 kilometers or 12 miles long by 5 kilometers or 3 miles wide. Once SLIM landed on the lunar surface, it was expected to search for the mineral olivine at a site called HOLLiiWOOD impact crater, located within the moon's Mare Nectaris, or Sea of Nectar. The olivine mineral is believed to have been ejected from within the moon's mantle at some early stage of its evolution, suggesting that by studying it now, the SLIM lander can help to determine just how the moon was formed and how it evolved over time. Also riding on board were 2 lunar landers, each with some pretty cool attributes of their own. The first, Lunar Excursion Vehicle 1, is built to hop across the moon, which already might make it the best lunar rover ever, and it's able to communicate back and forth directly with Earth while watching its surroundings with wide-angle cameras and taking measurements for temperature, radiation, and incline of the slopes it's going to explore. The other lander, Lunar Excursion Vehicle 2, is a sphere about the size of a baseball, but it's not built to stay intact. Instead, its 2 halves are meant to separate, revealing 2 cameras and a stabilizer inside. This rover can basically run across the surface of the moon, using its 2 halves to heave itself left and right in a process we sincerely hope is adapted into some Baywatch memes. As for SLIM itself, its lifespan is meant to last just 1 single lunar day, roughly as long as a month here on Earth, because of its lack of self-heating units to ward off the incredible cold of lunar night. SLIM was commissioned by the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, better known as JAXA, in a process that dates all the way back to 2005 and really got underway in 2015. Constructed by Mitsubishi Electric, SLIM was actually meant to be the second lunar lander in Japan's history, but its predecessor, a cube satellite lander, was unable to keep its solar cells facing toward the sun. Instead, it was SLIM who'd get the nod at a total development price of 18 billion yen or $121.5 million. SLIM would ride into orbit on the back of a H-2A expendable launch system constructed by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, a tried and true method of launching satellites into orbit. The H-2A has carried a prior Japanese Venus orbiter into space, as well as a Mars probe built by the United Arab Emirates that still orbits the Red Planet today. The two-stage H-2A can carry a payload far above the weight of the SLIM lander, and standing at a height of 53 meters and producing up to 247,000 pounds thrust of force with its first stage, it's a pretty serious rocket. Because of all the extra payload space, SLIM would ride to space with a buddy, the X-ray Imaging and Spectroscopy mission, which is a joint venture between JAXA and NASA that successfully placed a new X-ray observatory into space. That mission's actually a pretty cool one too, so do let us know if you'd like a video on that. Like any lunar lander, SLIM would have not one, but two candidates for the biggest day of its life: the day it launched into orbit and the day it touched down on the lunar surface. In SLIM's case, that first biggest day would arrive on the 6th of September 2023, where tucked in next to its X-ray observing best buddy, it was launched from the Tanegashima spaceport on Japan's island of Kyushu. It was carried into low Earth orbit and placed on a trajectory that would allow the rocket's other payload to be dropped off. But when they arrived at the rendezvous point, SLIM bid the X-ray Imaging and Spectroscopy mission goodbye in the only way two machines can say farewell. That is, by sitting cold and motionless next to each other, fulfilling their mission protocols with zero idea of each other's existence, and never interacting at all. Then, with that touching moment complete, SLIM was raised into a higher orbit and prepared for what's called a translunar injection burn. That is, the expenditure of burned fuel that would put it on the right trajectory to cross paths with the moon as the moon continued its own orbit around the Earth around the sun, and the sun around the center of the Milky Way. Basically, it's a really complicated piece of maths, but Japan got it just right. On October the 4th, SLIM made its first lunar flyby and was finally in business. SLIM's path to actually reach the lunar surface was a little bit unusual. Now, usually, a spacecraft trying to stay in lunar orbit rather than just flying by would need to execute a pretty large fuel burn in order to break itself, but Japan didn't want to do that. So they didn't. Instead, SLIM flew way beyond the moon after its first flyby, heaved way out into deep space on a trajectory that JAXA knew would eventually pull it into a long looping lunar orbit. From there, SLIM would be dragged back toward the moon without any fuel burns at all. Again, Japan's maths proved to be correct, and their patient strategy won the day. By late December 2023, SLIM was able to perform a much smaller braking burn and insert itself in a close lunar orbit, as expected. Again, JAXA appeared to be in no hurry in getting to the lunar surface. Over the next month, SLIM would circle the moon again and again, giving the JAXA team all the time they needed to make calculations, tweak the probe's trajectory, and prepare for a landing that gave them the best possible chance of success. As we previously described, it is very hard to pull off a successful moon landing, and JAXA wasn't about to fail on its first attempt. On the 19th of January, the moment arrived for the moon's sniper to home in on its target of the Sea of Nectar, and after a slow, soft, and extremely precise landing process, SLIM did it. Hovering immediately before touchdown, SLIM dropped its two rovers far enough away that they wouldn't be crushed, and then SLIM itself made the drop. Its crushable landing gear worked as planned, touching first with its rear elements, then allowing them and the probe's underbelly to gently crush inward and absorb force as the front legs touched gently to the ground. SLIM began beaming back signals to Earth using its internal battery, and mission control at JAXA had, as far as we can tell from YouTube clips, a pretty muted celebration, but a celebration nonetheless. Japan had done it. Except there was a small problem, and it wasn't going to stay small for very long. During the landing, a technical issue had caused SLIM's solar cells to be facing westward, which, when it comes to Lunar Day, turns out to be a pretty major problem. The issue at hand is that on the moon, like on planet Earth, the sun rises from the east, and because of the way SLIM's solar cells were aligned, they weren't going to be able to collect any meaningful level of solar power until much later in the Lunar Day than anticipated. And if you'll remember, this lunar lander was projected to survive for just one lunar day in total, and that was for reasons unrelated to whether it had enough charge in its battery. The intense cold of lunar night is expected to wreck the lander's internal systems, no matter what. And it doesn't matter how charged SLIM's battery is, because even with full charge, SLIM has no heating units for those batteries to power in the first place. Now, we should be clear and point out that even though this issue does put a major damper on Japan's achievement, it doesn't undo what Japan's already accomplished. JAXA did land SLIM on the moon, they did achieve a so-called soft landing, and SLIM demonstrated that it was perfectly able to fulfill its mission functions once it touched down. SLIM was able to beam back technical data as well as images, both from the descent and from the landing, and none of its instruments are believed to have been damaged in the landing. The only issue, of course, was that now it was expected to run out of power sooner rather than later. So JAXA made the pragmatic choice. SLIM was powered down with 12% of battery charge remaining in order to ensure that the battery wouldn't over-discharge and become unable to restart the lander, even with the addition of solar energy. JAXA has been very clear that although the current status of the SLIM lander falls a bit short of their platonic ideal, it still has a good chance of recovery. But optimistic or not, it's still a matter of both when that recovery might happen and whether it'll happen at all. Right now, JAXA and the SLIM lander are in a waiting game, in which they'll only be able to start gathering power at all when the sun's rays eventually crest over the obstructing angle of the SLIM solar cells and start beaming down onto the energy collecting surface. So far as we in the public are aware, JAXA doesn't know the precise angle of the solar cells right now, and it's a factor that's going to determine how effective a solar power recharge is going to be. In a best case scenario, the panels are oriented in a way that would allow them to soak up a full blast of sunlight later in the lunar day, at least allowing JAXA to get a few Earth days of data before SLIM falls silent for good. In a worst-case scenario, the solar cells are facing in a direction that will only give them minimal exposure to direct sunlight, even when the sun moves through the lunar sky. This means that any charge they do collect will take a while to build up and may or may not be enough to justify booting up the lander again. Regardless, JAXA's only job now is to wait and see if the lander is able to begin gathering power and boot itself back up. Luckily, we won't be completely without SLIM lander news until then. The two rovers SLIM released are believed to be doing just fine, hopping and running across the lunar surface and taking pictures that they'll slowly beam back to Earth. Hopefully, those pictures will also show the SLIM lander itself, allowing JAXA to get more information and make precise projections about just how much lunar energy it will be able to collect. No doubt somebody or a group of somebodies over at JAXA are working hard writing out their list of mission goals and objectives in the event that SLIM does turn back on, and they'll be able to complete a mad dash to collect maximal amounts of data before the probe is lost forever. Nevertheless, the waiting game continues. If SLIM can't collect enough solar energy to be able to turn itself back on during this lunar day cycle, then it's probably never going to be able to turn back on. Lunar day and night, of course, are pretty consistent, and so is the angle of the sun relative to the lunar surface, so whatever the ability of those solar cells to collect energy ends up being, that's probably what JAXA is going to be stuck with. But if SLIM does manage to collect enough energy to fulfill a few days of mission functions, then the next question, however predetermined its answer might seem, is whether the lander can survive lunar night. This is a brutal affair for any visitor to the moon, mechanical or human, with temperatures reaching as low as negative 180 degrees Celsius or minus 292 Fahrenheit. That's a good way off from absolute zero, but in scientific terms, it's known as absolutely bloody freezing. By JAXA's own measurements, that should be enough to render SLIM inoperable permanently. However, this would not be the first time that an extraterrestrial lander like SLIM has proven capable of feats of survival that its handlers thought impossible. For example, the Spirit and Opportunity rovers on Mars were meant to survive just 90 Martian days, but they both lasted for thousands of days, with Opportunity surviving 15 Earth years. Perhaps SLIM can pull off a similar feat, and while the odds are firmly against it, we simply won't know until we get there. But even more important than SLIM's potential resuscitation is the impact that this humble little lander will have on both the Japanese space program and on the future of extraterrestrial exploration as a whole. The full range of data being back to Earth about SLIM's landing will take a full month to analyze, but when those figures are finally available, they'll reveal just how precise SLIM's landing ultimately was. With luck, that data will confirm that SLIM's onboard technology worked, and that these sorts of autonomous, precise lunar landings are really possible with current technology. Prove that, and the same technology that brought SLIM to the lunar surface will be able to guide future landers into craters and other interesting locations, rather than sequestering them to flat plains where there's less risk of destruction during the landing process. And that won't just be true on the moon either. With technology like SLIM's, precise landings on Mars, or potential other exploratory missions like Ceres on Mercury, or even asteroids, could all become a whole lot more feasible. And as always, there's the incredible public impact of a lander like SLIM, regardless of how well things go on the lunar surface once it touches down. The SLIM touchdown captured the attention of the nation of Japan, inspiring support for future missions like it, and inspiring curiosity for the next generation of space voyagers who learned about SLIM in classrooms across the world. With SLIM's success, and indeed SLIM was a major success, Japan has conclusively joined one of Earth's most elite spacefaring clubs and gotten out ahead of a wave of lunar exploration that's set to intensify over the next few years. With Japan a step ahead, and more better Japanese lunar landers well on their way, SLIM will pave the way for generations of space missions to come, even as it waits, silent, on the surface of the moon, weathering a long lunar night. from which it may never return. Humanity is not built to comprehend space. In the deep cosmos, time works on a scale of millions and billions of years, while space is measured in parsecs and light years rather than miles or kilometers. Humans are stranded on a planet that's barely larger than the head of a pin, and our lives and our entire civilization will begin and end in a span of time that is utterly inconsequential when compared to the magnitude of the universe. Comforting thought, isn't it? As much as humanity's brightest minds might be able to reason with the universe in abstraction, and as much as any one of us can achieve at least a limited understanding of our place in that great cosmic balance, we are utterly unprepared to reckon with the sheer scale of what surrounds us. Perhaps it's that entirely lack of human comprehension that has led most people on Earth to become obsessed with one mind-blowing question: where is everybody? Humanity is not known to have had contact with any extraterrestrial intelligence. Humanity is not known to have record of any life in a place beyond our own. But the idea that humans and earthly life might be alone is actually incredibly unlikely. With billions of stars just in our galaxy and a very high likelihood that many of these stars have rocky, habitable planets and moons and a timescale of billions upon billions of years to work with, do you really believe that the combination of factors required to create life has happened only once? And in considering those questions, well, congratulations, space philosopher, you've just stumbled into the Fermi paradox. The exercise in mental gymnastics known as the Fermi paradox traces its history all the way back to a Soviet rocket scientist called Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, who postulated that the reason that people deny the existence of extraterrestrial life is A, they hadn't come to visit Earth, and B, they hadn't given Earth any sign of their existence. For Tsiolkovsky, this created a bit of a logical paradox. After all, people just saw these facts and assumed that extraterrestrial life didn't exist, when in reality they hadn't worked out all of the other logical options. Tsiolkovsky's take was that humankind might in fact be known and observed by other civilizations, but that those civilizations didn't believe that humans were ready to come and participate in whatever interstellar order that they'd got going on. Alongside Tsiolkovsky, other theorists have speculated on the so-called silentium universae, the silence of the universe, and the strangeness of the reality that humans have found no neighbor amongst the stars. But the moment that the Fermi paradox really became something came at the summer of 1950 at the Los Alamos National Laboratory in the US state of New Mexico. There, an astrophysicist and astronomy goat named Enrico Fermi was having lunch with a few fellow colleagues and couldn't resist the temptation to blurt out a question that nobody could answer. The people who enjoyed lunch with him remembered it differently, but one telling of Fermi's question has stuck. Where is everyone? Fermi was asking, nay, begging, for a resolution to silentium universae, the inexplicable loneliness of humanity's cradle amongst the stars that could be teeming with life, and when none of his companions could answer him, he got to thinking. Now, Fermi would die of cancer a few years later in 1954, probably as a direct result of the work that he'd done on nuclear physics while standing next to a large unshielded pile of radioactive material. But before his untimely demise, he did a few calculations on probability in order to try and work out just how likely life in the Milky Way should be, and just how feasible it is that an advanced civilization could, hypothetically, stumble across Earth. He understood that any civilization with a halfway decent understanding of rocket technology, probably along the lines of what humans will have in their disposal in the next 100 to 200 years, should be more than capable of colonizing an entire galaxy in the span of a few tens of millions of years if they had the will or the incentive to do so. And with our statement, two things are also true. That timeline can accelerate if such a civilization continued advancing its technology, and it would only take one such civilization to spread throughout the stars in the Milky Way's entire history. And compared to the Milky Way's age, those tens of millions of years are a blink of an eye, roughly equivalent to a few months' time out of a healthy human lifespan. Add to that the implications of a few other scientific theories, like the Kardashev scale, the limitations of travel at below the speed of light, and the expected benefits of nuclear fusion technology, and Fermi's argument ends up being incredibly hard to shake. And not only is it a massive pain in the arse for anyone wondering about extraterrestrial life, but it presents a paradox that scientists have struggled to address in many ways. To help understand this problem a little better, we turn to the work of American astrophysicist Frank Drake, who formulated an equation known as the Drake equation in 1961. The Drake equation is an attempt to approximate the rough number of advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. That is, civilizations that are active in interstellar space and are willing to communicate or otherwise announce their existence. Now, for the non-mathematically inclined among us, we do ask you to try and explore the Drake equation with us because it's probably one of the more interesting forms of mathematics that we're ever likely to find. What the Drake equation does is try and establish a range of factors that are necessary to proceed down the pathway from space dust to extraterrestrial empire and put a reasonably precise probability of each of those factors happening. To do that, the equation establishes a logical chain, and it goes something like this. There is an average rate of star formation in the Milky Way, thus indicating a certain number of stars that should be going through stable, sun-like parts of their lifespan at any given time. Of those stars, a certain number can have planets. And for those of you thinking to yourselves that moons can support life too, well, you're absolutely right, but let's not deal with that for now. Of those planets that orbit stars, a certain proportion will be in their stars' habitable zones, and we're actually going to step outside of the standard Drake equation here to break this down into two more steps that a lot of theorists have found useful. A certain proportion of those habitable zone planets are going to have liquid water, and a certain proportion of those are going to have what we'll term as all the right conditions to establish life. Then, returning to the Drake equation, we'll come to what we call these perfect planets, and we find a proportion of those planets that actually develop life. From there, we've got to establish a proportion of planets with life that develops intelligent life, and of the planets that develop intelligent life, we've got to establish the percentage that develop into civilizations with the potential to release detectable signs of their existence into space. Then we have to add a final factor, the length of time that a given civilization will be broadcasting into space before something comes along to make them stop doing that. It is an equation with a lot of potential and a few key problems, the main one of which is that we don't actually know all of the values that we need. We think we know some of them, for example, the rate of star formation and the abundance of planets around stars, but for some of them, we have absolutely no data, including all of those relating to the development of life. For all those metrics, we've got a sample size of 1, planet Earth, and we're not even sure about all the stuff that we need to understand in order to map our own history. That means that the Drake equation can be used by both people who want to emphasize the potential abundance of extraterrestrial life and people who want to insinuate that we are really alone. At the first scientific meeting of SETI, an organization that searches for intelligent extraterrestrial life, a panel of 10 scientists, including Frank Drake and Carl Sagan, used the Drake equation to make their own postulates on a number of civilizations that could be out there, but their numbers went from as low as 1,000 to as high as 100 million. To illustrate, let's take a relatively common approach, which is to take the overall number of stars in the Milky Way and establish a likelihood of 10% at each following stage of the Drake equation. So taking a low estimate, let's say that there are 100 billion stars in this galaxy. If 10% of those have planets, and 10% of those planets are habitable, 10% of those have water and otherwise favorable conditions for life, and 10% of those actually end up developing life, then we've got to 10 million planets in the Milky Way that have at some point hosted life. Say that 10% of those develop intelligent life, which by the way gives us 1 million intelligent species at least, and that 10% of those eventually learn how to broadcast their existence into space, and just for fun let's add another confounding variable that not 1 in 10 but 1 in 100 have the desire to become spacefaring empires. In order to explain the actual implications of that maths, we're going to put ourselves into the shoes of a frustrated, curious astrophysicist and present ourselves with the following question. Do you really mean to tell me that in all this godforsaken, abandoned galaxy, 1,000 advanced civilizations have, at one point or another, spread throughout the stars? Do you really mean to tell me that in a galaxy where each of those alien colonies can continue onward, each of them can continue to explore, and each of them will have spread through the galaxy at different times, that they somehow have entirely failed to visit our corner of the Milky Way? Do you truly mean to tell me that of 1,000 civilizations, each lasting tens of millions of years, that nobody, nowhere has bothered to even say hello? The Great Filter. Now, we hope by this point that it's abundantly clear that the Fermi paradox has got some teeth to it, and while we didn't give you quite the most conservative estimates that are out there, we did come pretty close. Many theories put the number of civilizations a whole lot higher than we did, or leave out some of those extra qualifiers, like the presence of liquid water or the will to explore the galaxy that we decided to add in ourselves. Each time a number shifts in a slightly more positive direction, the result is a change in orders of magnitude. A 2016 paper by Adam Frank and Woodruff T. Sullivan took it a step further, trying to determine just how unlikely it is that in all the universe's history, humans have been the only case of advanced civilization. Their answer? there is a 1 in 10 billion trillion chance that no other advanced civilization has ever developed on a habitable planet. In the Milky Way, the odds are as extreme as a 1 in 60 billion probability of the same. But even with these kinds of odds, we still have to grapple with the reality that's at the heart of the Drake equation. We haven't found any evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life, and unless this ongoing UAP investigation gets extremely spicy sometime soon, we probably aren't going to find any such evidence anytime soon. So how do we reconcile that fact with the apparently extreme unlikelihood that human civilization is truly unique, or with the abundance of other advanced civilizations that the odds suggest have traveled among the stars? For an answer, we turn not to a dyed-in-the-wool astrophysicist, but to an economist named Robin Hanson, who today teaches economics at George Mason University and conducts research through Oxford. Hanson is an expert in prediction markets, or that is, markets that use money to endorse the predictions of certain outcomes. Like, for instance, placing a bet that the Chicago Cubs might for once not absolutely suck at playing baseball. He's invented economic market rules. He's done some really cool work for DARPA, and in 1996 he proposed a solution to explain the incongruencies involved with the Fermi paradox. He called it the Great Filter. In a nutshell, the Great Filter is a sort of code word used to represent an unknown natural phenomenon, and specifically a phenomenon that would radically change our mathematics about how hard it is to become an advanced civilization. This phenomenon could happen at any number of unspecified points in the evolution of a species, and because, again, we humans have a sample size of exactly one species, we can't really put a finger on just what that phenomenon could be. Whatever it is, the Great Filter is basically a choke point. That is to say, it's the threshold before which either the favorable conditions for life or life itself can flourish, but once a planet or a life form hits it, there's no real possibility that the process of advancement towards advanced civilization would continue. Of all the possibilities of what the Great Filter might be, the most obvious is a phenomenon called abiogenesis, which is the process by which we're pretty sure lifeless matter eventually formed its way into living matter here on Earth. This is a pretty complex process involving a whole bunch of chemistry that we're not going to get into, but the main takeaway is that it involves a lot of things happening in precisely the correct order, or else life doesn't develop at all. If abiogenesis is indeed the Great Filter, then that would imply a great many habitable worlds in the Milky Way, and only a fraction of them actually managing to develop life at all. Aside from abiogenesis, there are plenty of competing hypotheses. Perhaps it's really rare for cells inside a given multicellular organism to specialize, and the building blocks for things like blood cells or neurons don't end up forming in most cases. Or perhaps it's rare for a brain to develop at such a level of complexity that it really gains what we would call consciousness or self-awareness or curiosity. Perhaps humans got very lucky to evolve in a time when there weren't enough massive predators to finish us off, when in most cases predatory life is a lot more common than it is here on Earth. Or maybe Earth exists in an exceptionally friendly corner of the galaxy, while everywhere else asteroid impacts or chaos-inducing flybys from rogue planets turn everything on its head much more frequently than they do here. Or there's another possibility, that civilizations gain the means to destroy themselves and usually do so. Perhaps the first cultural exchange between long-separated people, like the Columbia Exchange between the New World and the Old World on Earth, usually ends with such rampant diseases transferred to both sides that they wipe each other out, but we just got lucky. Or perhaps it's exceptionally unlikely for a species to gain control of nuclear technology without annihilating themselves. Maybe civilizations have a tendency to play too hard too fast. It's the threshold before which either the favorable conditions for life or took it a step ourselves with the aids that at some point hosted life. Say that 10% of those develop intelligent life, which by the way gives us 1 million intelligent species at least, and that 10% of those eventually learn how to broadcast their existence into space, and just for fun let's add another confounding variable that not 1 in 10 but 1 in 100 have the desire to become spacefaring empires. In order to explain the actual implications of that maths, we're going to put ourselves into the shoes of a frustrated, curious astrophysicist and present ourselves with the following question. Do you really mean to tell me that in all this godforsaken, abandoned galaxy, 1,000 advanced civilizations have, at one point or another, spread throughout the stars? Do you really mean to tell me that in a galaxy where each of those alien colonies can continue onward, each of them can continue to explore, and each of them will have spread through the galaxy at different times, that they somehow have entirely failed to visit our corner of the Milky Way? Do you truly mean to tell me that of 1,000 civilizations, each lasting tens of millions of years, that nobody, nowhere has bothered to even say hello? The Great Filter. Now, we hope by this point that it's abundantly clear that the Fermi paradox has got some teeth to it, and while we didn't give you quite the most conservative estimates that are out there, we did come pretty close. Many theories put the number of civilizations a whole lot higher than we did, or leave out some of those extra qualifiers, like the presence of liquid water or the will to explore the galaxy that we decided to add in ourselves. Each time a number shifts in a slightly more positive direction, the result is a change in orders of magnitude. A 2016 paper by Adam Frank and Woodruff T. Sullivan took it a step further, trying to determine just how unlikely it is that in all the universe's history, humans have been the only case of advanced civilization. Their answer? There is a 1 in 10 billion trillion chance that no other advanced civilization has ever developed on a habitable planet. In the Milky Way, the odds are as extreme as a 1 in 60 billion probability of the same. But even with these kinds of odds, we still have to grapple with the reality that's at the heart of the Drake equation. We haven't found any evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life, and unless this ongoing UAP investigation gets extremely spicy sometime soon, we probably aren't going to find any such evidence anytime soon. So how do we reconcile that fact with the apparently extreme unlikelihood that human civilization is truly unique, or with the abundance of other advanced civilizations that the odds suggest have traveled among the stars? For an answer, we turn not to a dyed-in-the-wool astrophysicist, but to an economist named Robin Hanson, who today teaches economics at George Mason University and conducts research through Oxford. Hanson is an expert in prediction markets, or that is, markets that use money to endorse the predictions of certain outcomes. Like, for instance, placing a bet that the Chicago Cubs might for once not absolutely suck at playing baseball. He's invented economic market rules. He's done some really cool work for DARPA, and in 1996 he proposed a solution to explain the incongruencies involved with the Fermi paradox. He called it the Great Filter. In a nutshell, the Great Filter is a sort of code word used to represent an unknown natural phenomenon, and specifically a phenomenon that would radically change our mathematics about how hard it is to become an advanced civilization. This phenomenon could happen at any number of unspecified points in the evolution of a species, and because, again, we humans have a sample size of exactly one species, we can't really put a finger on just what that phenomenon could be. Whatever it is, the Great Filter is basically a choke point. That is to say, it's the threshold before which either the favorable conditions for life or life itself can flourish, but once a planet or a life form hits it, there's no real possibility that the process of advancement towards advanced civilization would continue. Of all the possibilities of what the Great Filter might be, the most obvious is a phenomenon called abiogenesis, which is the process by which we're pretty sure lifeless matter eventually formed its way into living matter here on Earth. This is a pretty complex process involving a whole bunch of chemistry that we're not going to get into, but the main takeaway is that it involves a lot of things happening in precisely the correct order, or else life doesn't develop at all. If abiogenesis is indeed the great filter, then that would imply a great many habitable worlds in the Milky Way, and only a fraction of them actually managing to develop life at all. Aside from abiogenesis, there are plenty of competing hypotheses. Perhaps it's really rare for cells inside a given multicellular organism to specialize, and the building blocks for things like blood cells or neurons don't end up forming in most cases. Or perhaps it's rare for a brain to develop at such a level of complexity that it really gains what we would call consciousness or self-awareness or curiosity. Perhaps humans got very lucky to evolve in a time when there weren't enough massive predators to finish us off, when in most cases predatory life is a lot more common than it is here on Earth. Or maybe Earth exists in an exceptionally friendly corner of the galaxy, while everywhere else asteroid impacts or chaos-inducing flybys from rogue planets turn everything on its head much more frequently than they do here. Or there's another possibility, that civilizations gain the means to destroy themselves and usually do so. Perhaps the first cultural exchange between long-separated people, like the Columbia Exchange between the New World and the Old World on Earth, usually ends with such rampant diseases transferred to both sides that they wipe each other out, but we just got lucky. Or perhaps it's exceptionally unlikely for a species to gain control of nuclear technology without annihilating themselves. Maybe civilizations have a tendency to play too hard too fast with AI, like we are here on Earth might be doing, and create a killer supercomputer or a doomsday machine that they can't control. Whatever the great filter is, it provides a very low probability on one step of the Drake equation, thus drastically cutting down the likelihood of an advanced spacefaring civilization developing at all. And of course, there doesn't have to just be one great filter either. Perhaps there's a 1 in a million chance that an Earth-like planet develops life at all. 1 in a million chance that their life becomes intelligent, and a 1 in a million chance that intelligent life spreads itself across the stars before it nukes itself to oblivion. Luckily, we've also got some pretty decent ideas about what the Great Filter is not. A lot of the work on that question comes from astrobiologists Dirk Schultz-Machuk and William Baines, who offered the interesting point that convergent evolution here on Earth has resulted in a lot of different forms of life, along different evolutionary pathways, picking up some of the same skills. For example, crows, octopi, and orangutans can all use tools despite developing those abilities completely separately, suggesting that the feat of learning to use tools probably isn't going to be a great filter by itself. The same goes for single-celled organisms growing into multi-celled organisms and things like that. Unfortunately, convergent evolution can only take us so far. After all, the endpoint of convergent evolution seems to be carcinization, which is the evolutionary rule that everything eventually becomes a crab, but we'll keep on the lookout for crab aliens, knock it out, or just in case. The Great Filter comes with some pretty serious implications for humanity, concerns that can be summed up in a fairly straightforward question. If the Great Filter does exist, is it behind us? Or is it in front of us? A great filter that would be behind us might be something like abiogenesis, something that life on Earth has already done, leaving the way clear in a probabilistic sense for humans to expand civilization through the cosmos if we choose to. But if the great filter is in front of us, then that's potentially catastrophic news, implying that an unknown something is still on the horizon that's going to eventually either wipe us all out or otherwise ensure that we never travel far in space. If the great filter really does lie ahead, then we can reasonably guess that humanity's flirtation with AI will spin out of control, or that World War III is unavoidable, or that by learning how to harness antibiotics and force bacterial evolution, we condemn ourselves to a world-ending superbug that'll rise sometime soon. There are plenty of ways for it all to end. Perhaps the Great Filter is a lot more innocuous than we think, though. It's just very unlikely for any civilization to have a real appetite for space exploration, or perhaps the Great Filter isn't a great filter at all, but a great enemy, some other civilization that's already spread itself throughout space, but chooses for some reason to keep itself and everybody else quiet and on their own planets. If a Great Filter does exist, then it opens up a higher likelihood that humanity could be alone, or at least that we're the only civilization to pass through its constraints in a very long time. If that's the case, we might find the remnants of other civilizations eventually, perhaps in dysfunctional probes or other junk that happens upon us from deep space, or in the constructions and monuments left behind on worlds that we might eventually settle. But more likely, we would find very little to suggest that anyone else has ever existed. If the Great Filter lies ahead, then we'd be more likely to find either a teeming extraterrestrial environment, which we haven't, or an intergalactic graveyard full of warning signs from other species that had it all and lost it all. If we get really lucky, perhaps someone will have thought to leave us humans a note about what not to do, but more likely, we'll just find a whole lot of unmarked graves left by beings who didn't comprehend their impending doom until it was too late. When it comes to solving this problem and solving the Fermi paradox, there are a couple of places to start, but they all involve the same basic goal: to establish more concrete probabilistic estimates of just how likely each step is on the path to spacefaring civilization. That mission will involve methods of anthropology and archaeology digging deep into human history and figuring out just how difficult it was for our own civilization to pass each interval of development. It'll involve methods of biology and chemistry, nailing down the likelihood of abiogenesis and running large-scale experimentation on how common it is for multicellular life to evolve into beings whose cells can work together instead of simply alongside each other. It'll involve elements of philosophy and political science as human theorists game out just how likely a civilization is to destroy itself. And it will, of course, involve astronomy, and a whole lot of it, as we try to understand the circumstances found on exoplanets, comb the galaxy for any signs of life, and listen for the holy grail of the Fermi paradox, a techno-signature. That is, some sign that somebody somewhere has learned how to broadcast their own existence into space, so we can hear it. But no matter how far we dig into our own history or attempt to measure the universe from our perspective here on Earth, our attempts to solve the Fermi paradox will be in vain. Or that is, it'll be in vain until the first time that humanity hears somebody else say hello, either in real time or in the traces of a people that have long since ceased to exist. Are we alone? That's the big question, isn't it? The question that ends all questions. Is there life out there, somewhere far away nestled amongst the stars? Can planet Earth possibly be the sole point in the entire universe where the random bubbling of undersea chemicals created a single strange compound that was capable of making more of itself? Is there no one out there traveling the galaxy in that cold, empty vacuum of space? Are we really alone? But there's also a second question, one that's just as big, with as many world-shaking ramifications for humanity, if we ever had reason to ask. What would it mean if we weren't alone after all? What if somehow, some way, planet Earth was visited by some form of extraterrestrial life, one that, for whatever reason, saw fit to attempt to make contact with the human race? Well, today on Astroepics, we're going to explore what that moment might be like, who, if anybody, might be coming to visit, and what such a universe-changing event would really do to humanity. Now, the concept of first contact can go a lot of different ways, and in order to have a focused discussion about the subject, we're going to have to begin by ruling out some scenarios. We're going to assume that first contact isn't just, say, finding some bacteria on Mars, but is a process in which we encounter an advanced civilization that uses some sort of language that humans can perceive and has access to spacefaring technology that would allow them to visit the planet Earth. We're also going to assume a little bit about their intent, specifically that first contact doesn't just consist of flying saucers vaporizing cities without explanation, or the entire planet getting bulldozed to make way for some sort of hyperspace bypass. Instead, we'll assume that this alien race is interested in having some sort of dialogue with humanity. That doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't going to wipe us out, but they'd at least like to, have a little cup of tea before they do fire up the space lasers. And lastly, we're going to include a disclaimer. We, like all of you, are very interested in the whole UAP, or unidentified aerial phenomenon debate, playing out in the US government right now, but we've either already brought you a video on that subject or will in the near future. It just depends on what order we decide to publish these in. But for the purposes of this discussion, we're going to put the UAP controversy firmly to one side and perhaps revisit that topic if something ever concrete comes out of it. We can hope, but who knows? Now, there are two basic possibilities for how an alien civilization would find its way to Earth. Either they stumble upon our presence, or they receive one of the messages that humanity beams out from the Earth in the hopes that someone might hear it. The way that humans send interstellar messages dictates which sort of civilizations are likely to receive them, because the best way to send those messages is to do what's called techno-signatures. These might be radio signals, like the ones beamed towards various corners of the galaxy intentionally, or released in the form of earthly transmissions. It might be the presence of compounds that extraterrestrials could observe in the Earth's atmosphere, like chlorofluorocarbons that just never exist in nature. Similarly, satellite swarms around a planet or large-scale space engineering would be a pretty good sign that someone seems to inhabit a given planet. These are observable signals that humans can and do look for around the universe, but as NASA explains, Earth's own searching tools are already capable of capturing really massive and advanced pieces of technology. That means that a civilization that surrounds our own stage of development, located somewhere else in the universe, probably wouldn't be able to see us any more than we could spot another civilization at our relatively early stage of advancement. Now, the implication is that if some sort of alien civilization were to find us first, then they would almost certainly need to have technology that we don't, including very precise, very sensitive equipment that could perceive the relatively limited indicators of human existence that someone could see from light years away. So if somebody did show up on our collective doorstep, they're probably going to be far more technologically advanced than we are. They'd have better equipment, better command of science, and quite possibly better plans in place than we do in order to make introductions. More than likely, they'll also have better weapons than we do, meaning that it'll be up to them to decide whether this is going to be a friendly hello or a hostile takeover with some sort of space laser. In terms of just who or what steps out of a spaceship to shake their first human hand, scientists have a few different takes. Some, like Simon Conway Morris of Cambridge, stress the importance of convergent evolution. That is to say that there are common pathways that different species take to evolve, like making tools or boasting big brains. That means that even though extraterrestrials might have horns or 6 arms or breathe through their skin, they'll probably at least be somewhat similar to humans, making first contact much more a trip to the Star Wars cantina than an attempt to hold a conversation conversation with a sentient slime mold. Then there's the possibility that extraterrestrial organisms wouldn't touch down on Earth at all, preferring to leave first contact to artificial intelligence in the form of robots. There's a few reasons for this one. It's not inconceivable that a robot would more easily be able to acquire language skills in the tongues of its new hosts, and if we humans were to get a little bit rowdy instead of cooperating with an alien visitor, that robot isn't going to be killed in the same way that an alien would be. Ultimately, the machines that come to visit might not be robots at all, but vessels for an alien intelligence that once existed inside an organism, similar to how many scientists believe that humans will eventually be able to upload their own consciousnesses into a digital medium. Now, meeting an alien species would be an experience utterly unlike anything human beings have ever experienced before, but it would be far from the first time that we've done some sort of first contact with an unknown group of people. Take the example of first contact between Eurasia and the New World in the late 1400s and the 1500s, or the ongoing occasional instances of first contact that modern-day humans still share with previously uncontacted and remote tribes. Now, unfortunately, these examples haven't exactly gone brilliantly. Generally, the less advanced civilization in a first contact scenario has a pretty awful time in the aftermath, and given that humanity is almost certainly going to be the less advanced civilization in our scenario today, things don't really bode well based on history. But humans aren't without a plan to handle this situation if it were to ever arise. In the speculative realm, writers and philosophers have played with the concept for thousands of years, and all the more so in the 20th and 21st centuries. But in the United States, NASA has a more concrete plan, enshrined in a document called Declaration of Principles Concerning the Conduct of the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. Now, that mouthful, on a basic level, calls for extremely careful handling of non-earthly biomatter because of its potential to cause harm, whether it's a single-celled organism or a 20-eyed alien named Blork. But it also calls for full public transparency, research, public addresses, and even contact between us and a sentient being, all beamed out for the world to see and understand as best they can. And unfortunately, that's kind of where the plan ends, at least the plan that's available in the public domain. It's important to consider here that there may be national or even international contingency plans in the event that a nation was to make contact with extraterrestrials, and in a world where tens of thousands of pencil-pushing bureaucrats around the world earn a living drawing up contingency plans that will probably never be used, it's not inconceivable that a few of them would have worked on the alien question here and there. But it's also important to consider just how unprepared humans have been in recent years for crises that were absolutely serious, but were a hell of a lot more predictable than meeting actual aliens. From extreme weather to the COVID-19 pandemic to the global repercussions of wars fought around the world, modern civilization just isn't exactly known for its ability to quickly or capably react to these situations, is it? It's also not known for its tendency to come together, even despite common fictional tropes that imagine a world uniting to fight back against an alien adversary. One group at least hopes to improve humankind's readiness for alien contact. The SETI Institute, or Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, is in the process of getting a new team off the ground, a so-called post-detection hub that would unite experts and researchers from around the world in order to start developing the policies and procedures that would kick into effect after humans found an alien artifact, encountered a clearly non-natural radio signal, or received an in-person visitor. The growing team, under the leadership of a computational linguist named Dr. John Elliott, will add on to SETI's existing procedures for receiving evidence of alien life, including informing the public and reaching out to the General Secretary of the United Nations. Elliott hopes to weigh the potential societal implications of first contact against the best routes to distribute information about a newly discovered cosmic neighbor, and possibly even get the UN to take their own steps towards a global policy on aliens. And that means we have to include non-linguistic communication as well. The prospect of learning to speak an alien language is one that's been tackled in fiction, including in the recently produced movie Arrival, which you can have a watch if you want a homework assignment. It's a good movie, check it out. But in real life, humans have been more focused on sending signals into space that could be easily decipherable. For example, plaques placed on the Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11 spacecraft in the 1970s included images of humans as well as a map that should explain to an alien where in our solar system we happen to be located. The Arecibo message, sent in binary code in 1974 to a star cluster, tried to use maths to explain who humans are. But the signals that we send to other worlds worlds aren't necessarily the ones that we expect to receive. On the one hand, it's entirely possible that an advanced civilization might do our work for us, observing humans and decoding our many languages well enough that they could simply land a ship in front of the Eiffel Tower and start speaking French. It's also feasible that aliens would attempt to communicate by non-linguistic means. For example, by firing a laser into space at such short intervals that nothing in the universe could naturally produce them at a rate around 1 billion blinks per second. Or they could blink in strange but consistent patterns in order to indicate that their origins are natural. But even if an extraterrestrial were to, let's say, be forced to make an unintentional stop in Mexico or Mumbai, people would probably be able to speak to them before too long. After all, humans have a long history of learning to speak each other's languages, even with no base of understanding, including in first contact scenarios where one group's language uses sounds and tones that are utterly unlike those of the other. As unlikely as it is, humans could probably muddle their way through an alien language that doesn't even involve the use of sound at all, starting with mutually understood concepts, like, for example, sharing each other's method to refer to the door on the alien spaceship, and then working upward to expand their vocabularies, learn syntax, and troubleshoot in order to make sure that everyone thinks they're having the same basic conversation. Of course, there's also a possibility that an extraterrestrial civilization would communicate in ways that we simply have no capacity to understand, in which case humanity might just be shit out of luck until we or the aliens can think of some genius solution. Now, we gotta take a second and understand the sheer magnitude of what we're talking about here. It is incredibly rare that humanity comes into contact with the sort of new idea that violates everything we thought we understood about the world, like the concept of the universe being not heliocentric, or a theory of disease that understands the existence of bacteria and viruses. At a bare minimum, a public, visible incident of first contact with extraterrestrials would be just as revolutionary, and depending on how that encounter goes, it's the sort of thing that could reshape history itself. No more BC, no more AD. It could be before first contact and then after galactic awakening. As Smithsonian Magazine put it in a 2010 article by Sarah Zelensky, human reactions would likely fall into two categories: the catastrophists and the millenarians. The catastrophists are exactly what they sound like, people who would interpret the arrival of aliens as an existential threat. They count among their number people like Stephen Hawking, who expressed more than once in his life that an alien species would not necessarily be a good thing for the people of Earth. The millenarians take the opposite approach, hoping that a civilization that can reach our planet is also capable of doing some other things that we haven't figured out yet: curing diseases, harnessing the power of nuclear fusion, or unlocking the potential to travel faster than the speed of light. But whether aliens were to be benevolent intergalactic partners, or malevolent conquerors, or simply just indifferent to the pain and suffering that they may cause, the simple confirmation of their existence would still carry a whole other list of implications that permeate every level of society. It would change the way we imagine ourselves, the technologies that define us, the ways we keep ourselves safe and well and happy. Every preconceived notion of who we thought we were would immediately face the prospect of change. So, why don't we start with perhaps one of the thorniest issues in that realm: religion. In the vast majority of global religions, creation mythology relates directly to the birth of the human race, with no real room or allowances for ET. So too do many religious doctrines contain detailed teachings that implicitly and quite fundamentally disqualify the existence of alien life beyond this world. Because of this, some theologians and sociologists alike suspect that confirmation of an alien race would prompt a crisis of faiths around the world. One study carried out by theologian Ted Peters showed that while many religious people surveyed did not themselves believe that the discovery of extraterrestrials would supersede their own religious beliefs, they did believe that such an event could lead to a broader reckoning in society. Other thinkers, though, take the opposite approach, that world religions would be able to shift and weather the introduction of extraterrestrial intelligence without contradicting the basic human understanding of a higher power, in much the same way as religion has, if a bit unhappily, weathered the introduction of the theories of evolution. Religious doctrine may morph or emphasize nuance in order to accommodate an alien race, with religious organizations perhaps even using their role as representatives of billions or hundreds of millions of people to take the lead in working with otherworldly visitors. Other theorists wonder whether the introduction of extraterrestrial ideas, technologies, and the like might even prompt the end of human religion or a replacement with something else, while still others see the change as having the potential to relegate human religious texts to the same status as archaeological items. And then there's the implications for how world governments might react, especially in a world where global powers can't see eye to eye even on their best days. Perhaps the news that humans don't speak with one unified voice as one unified nation would be something of a disappointment to advanced societies who've put their petty divisions in the past. But disappointing or not, those petty differences might not go away anytime soon. On the one hand, there's a possibility that some crackpot dictator somewhere would end up making everybody look bad, launching a conventional or even a nuclear weapon in an attempt to scare our alien friends off. But a more likely source of conflict is the series of decisions that would need to be made in order to allow someone to speak for humanity. For a choice that important, it's not inconceivable that some countries might be willing to spill blood to come to a resolution, especially if these extraterrestrials don't appear to be the sort of existential threat that might cause the world to unite in global defense. Even without bloodshed, first contact would be a bureaucratic nightmare, with every major nation on Earth attempting to reconcile their own demands with the demands of everybody else in order to pick a representative that everyone can agree is a least worst option. With humanity's luck, it'll probably be fucking Elon Musk, won't it? And then we're all going to be in trouble. And there's also legal problems to consider, which we're going to illustrate with a fairly simple scenario. Let's say Blork, the alien envoy, steps out of his ship, briefcase in hand, and he's ready to do business. And the owner of the farm where he crash landed immediately shoots him in the head. Was Blork murdered? Did he legally exist at all? Or has this farmer just stumbled upon a strange collection of salvageable items from outer space? If he has, does the government have any right to claim and reverse engineer Blork, the deceased alien envoy's warp drive, or do they have to pay this farmer several $1 trillion to get their hands on it? The treatment of extraterrestrials and their technology, questions of personhood and sentience and more, would all become difficult issues in their own right. And, of course, we've got to account for the core problem of first contact on our own world. The spread of disease, however unintentionally, for which a contact to society has no way to guard against. Perhaps an alien civilization would arrive bringing viruses, or parasites, or invasive animals that could upend not just individual lives, but global ecology. We would hope that any civilization intelligent enough to get to Earth would also be intelligent enough to come prepared with measures to guard against this, but unfortunately, there might be only one way to find out. But, lastly, there's the part where we get to be optimistic. How first contact with another civilization might allow humanity to finally break free of the shackles that have constrained it for millennia. Freedom from disease, from aging, from even the ailment of life inside a physical form could all, hypothetically, be possible. And so too could alien visitors bring the secrets of world peace. They could end world hunger, they could reverse the effects of climate change to preserve the planet we call home. Our understanding of physics, biology, and spacefaring technologies could be turned on their heads, and the coming not just of artificial intelligence, but a society that's already learned how to manage it for the better of all people could teach us how to cope with the new and emerging technologies of our own time, or maybe bypass them completely. Will extraterrestrials ever come to visit Earth? We can't say for sure. Have they been already? We might find out sooner rather than later. But whatever happens, however it happens, and if it happens at all, that first contact with a civilization beyond our own will be an event on the scale of the greatest moments in all of history. What happens next will be unlike anything that we've ever seen. Honestly, Dave, though, mate, you can never have enough helicopters. Ever since the beginning of the personal computer revolution, there have been those out there who believe that the only reason we're encouraged to have any kind of internet-connected device in our homes is so that everything we do can be reported to a higher power. I mean, the way I feel about it is like, yes, probably. Like, the CIA would have thought, oh, Jesus Christ, isn't it awesome? Like, we don't have to do any spying anymore. Everyone's just spying on themselves for us. But, like, most of the time, they just don't care. They're, like, hunting terrorists and like, arms smugglers and I don't know what else. But, like, proper they don't care about you and your little life. Not the CIA, the NSA, GCHQ, the spies, the Five Eyes. If you're wondering what's going on here and you're new, Dave wrote this, I'm reading it. The problem with any technology-based conspiracy theory is that by and large, the majority of people who actually use any sort of computer on a daily basis have very little knowledge about how they work. Some argue that this doesn't really matter. After all, there are an estimated 2 billion cars driving around the surface of the planet. How many of them are being driven by people who know, really know how they work? Very few. Very, very few. The problem with this particular argument is that the two things aren't really comparable. If you told a non-mechanically minded friend that while they slept, their car was sneaking into the house, taking photographs of them in bed and then sharing them with everybody in the local pub, they could very easily and conclusively prove that that wasn't true. When it comes to the world of computers, things change so quickly and so unexpectedly that unless you're prepared to dedicate your entire life to staying on top of every technological development, it becomes very difficult to know what is possible and what isn't. Yeah, scary. And it's scary, to know, when you find out something you don't know and you're like, how the did I not know this? If you ever doubt about how terrifying this is, just go and Wikipedia Pegasus and have a good time about you're never having privacy again. This is part of the reason why tech industry conspiracy theories can spread so quickly. The other part of the reason, which is perhaps more important, is that big tech companies are so often caught out doing things they shouldn't be that the majority of us have developed I wouldn't put it past them attitude to all of them. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at some of the more bizarre conspiracy theories plaguing the tech world. Some of these are ridiculous, some of them are more believable, and one or two of them might just turn out to be true. But not this first one. Bill Gates and the COVID-19 5G conspiracy. This is just one of the most wild-ass, really now? Conspiracy theories? This is one that is just for dumb people. There are some where it's okay, you don't have to be dumb to believe this, but this one you really do.
I'm calling them foolish.
Just before we continue with today's video, I got a brand new sponsor for you, and that would be Squarespace. No, obviously it's not a brand new sponsor. Squarespace. Long-time friends, long-time supporter of this channel and all my channels. Show them some love. I do wonder, who in the audience who has a website or wants to build a website hasn't used Squarespace, because it feels like I've talked about it so much that you'd have to be insane not to. And you would be insane because Squarespace make it incredibly easy. They have all these templates, and what you do is you just choose one. I did this myself, made my own website using it. You go and you choose one, you're like, I like the look of that. And then you take out all the stock images and the generic lorem ipsum in there, and then you add in your own text, and it really looks like you've made a professional website when really all you did was sign up to Squarespace for however many dollars a month, and boom. I remember back in the day, I'm of an age, when I was at school, we had Computer Club or whatever it was called, and we were making websites, and you made your websites in Notepad. You had to learn all these things, and it'd be okay, well, if I type in this bit of text, that's how you make a background, and if you type in this bit of text, that's how you make a link. And the websites looked horrible, and they took hours. And then anyone making a website, it would be yo, you want a website you're a big company or something? You'd have to pay someone. It must have been tens of thousands of pounds, or dollars or whatever, to make a website. And it probably still looked shite. But with Squarespace, you pay however much a month. It's not very expensive. And boom, you got a template. You got the Fluid Engine, which is their editor, which allows you to move everything around. It's ridiculously easy. And look, other stuff you can do. You can sell stuff. That wasn't even possible. When I was in Computer Club, I don't think anyone sold anything on the internet because people were that's not what it's for. It's for information. Should be free. Fortunately, capitalism got a hold of it and ruined that dream. Except for Wikipedia. Awesome communist Wikipedia. Love it. What are we talking about? Squarespace. Yes, this is an ad read, not a regular part of the video. I apologize. Show Squarespace some love. Get signed up. Oh, I have to mention that they do courses now, which, I have to mention it. I want to mention it. I want to tell you guys about it because, let's say you've got some, knowledge. I don't know. What knowledge do I have? Making silly YouTube videos. Simon's course on making silly YouTube videos. No one's going to buy that, but I could sell it if I wanted to through Squarespace. And you could set the price you want, or you can charge a monthly recurring, whatever you want. It's super easy with Squarespace. That's Squarespace, everybody. Look, just go get on with it. Build your website with Squarespace. Why wouldn't you? This ad read's already way too long. So where do you go? Go to squarespace.com/blaze for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the promo code BLAZE and you'll get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Go get cracking. Thank you, Squarespace. Love you. Back to today's video. I did warn you that some of these were ridiculous, but this one provided me with a not inconsiderable amount of entertainment during its peak, so I thought I would include it as a light-hearted way of kicking off the video. I'm sure that everybody who's watching this has at least some knowledge of this particular flight of madness, but just in case, here's a brief summary. I can honestly say I do not believe I know anybody who was not in some way affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone was affected by COVID. Like, whether you got it, whether you didn't, whether you had to stay inside, whether you didn't, whether you had to wear a mask, whether you, like, we were all affected in loads of ways. It feels like a weird, distant dream. Although I appear to be one of the lucky few individuals to have some sort of inbuilt immunity to the virus. Everybody I lived with has had it several times while I remain unaffected. I know at least one person who died as a result of contracting the virus and several others who had life-changing long-term effects. I don't know anyone who died. I know of people who died, but, like, I don't know people who've had life-change, like, serious long-term effects of it. As with any global catastrophe of this level, the stage was set for conspiracy theories and fearmongers to capitalize on uncertainty, and in some cases, outright terror that many people were feeling. Some of the individuals who were hell-bent on terrifying the masses, but were too lazy to come up with their own brand of misinformation, simply adapted a previous conspiracy theory about HAARP, the US military's high-frequency active auroral research program. According to many of the tinfoil hat folk, this program was secretly using radio waves for anything from mind control to weather weaponization. After cherry-picking certain aspects from some of these theories and adding some additional flavors, a unique, delicious cocktail of lies were born. So, what was the story? Apparently, COVID-19 had been deliberately created and released so that people would be forced to be vaccinated against it. Along with this vaccination, which contained a wide range of nefarious chemicals that would allegedly chemically castrate, control the minds of, or simply kill off the vast majority of the population. Yeah, all of those things happened, didn't they, big brains?
Oh, right! To call you stupid would be an insult to stupid people!
Each victim would receive a minuscule microchip which would turn them into a 5G signal antenna. But who was behind this dastardly plan? Also, if this was technically possible, it would be amazing. You'd always have amazing cell reception. You'd be like, wow, 5 bars everywhere because I've got a chip in my body. That'd be awesome. Well, obviously, Bill and Melinda Gates.
In Gates we trust.
When I first heard about this, I was very excited. 5G signal is notoriously bad exactly in my area, and I couldn't wait to get all the benefits that I was paying for with my mobile phone tariff. Unfortunately, and I still feel a little bit bad about this, I may have taken my excitement a little bit too far. Upon receiving my first vaccination, I turned to the lady who administered it and asked in a confidential tone whether I had to contact Bill Gates directly to have the 5G enabled. Whether it would just, did you actually do that? That's kind of a great joke. While several people waiting nearby laughed, one elderly couple got to their feet, muttered something about the online article being correct, and left the building. Oh my god, Dave, you just killed those old people. The vaccination lady was not amused. Shockingly, although I have stayed up to date with all my vaccinations, my 5G signal has yet to improve. Not only that, Bill has refused to answer any of my emails on the subject and has blocked me on social media. What a dick.
My God, let's go take a dump in his pool.
Although the fact that he blocked you, I don't know if this is true, but if he did block you on social media, it means that Bill Gates saw you. What are the odds? Call me a skeptic, but I'm starting to think that the entire thing was bullshit. Are your smart devices spying on you? I'm sure almost everybody watching this has experienced something similar to the following. You're sitting at home talking to your significant other about a potential new purchase. 10 minutes later, you pick up your phone and begin browsing the internet only to find there is an advert for the product that you're discussing. Instead of clicking on that advert and learning more, you immediately fall back down a rabbit hole into online discussions as to whether or not your mobile phone, smart speaker or television is listening to you and sending you targeted ads.
Completely bugged.
Years ago, I read an article about this and I decided to test it out, so I talked to my wife about it and we were like, I can't remember what it was. There was some random thing that we'd never think of purchasing, that we'd never have brought up. And we were just like, let's occasionally just mention it, just around the house, around our phones and stuff, and see if it sounds like crazy now. Just see if it comes up, just see if this actually happens. Never did. Never got any adverts for it. So, no, I don't think this is true.
Who the f*** asked you?
At first glance, the evidence is quite compelling. You don't have to look far online for anecdotes such as this one, written by Cocky Rooster on Reddit. Hello, Cocky Rooster. Okay, it's Facebook. My wife and I did a test with my Oh, S8 Plus, it's a phone. We discussed buying a motorcycle. Never spoken or searched before and have no interest in one. Today on Facebook, I got an ad for a toy motorcycle in my feed. Never seen it before. You can find similar posts about Amazon's Alexa, Apple's HomePod, Facebook's Portal, if that's still a thing. Never even heard of that, etc. So, are your smart devices actually spying on you? Dude, something drives me nuts right now. My son's name is similar. You could say it like similar to Siri. His name isn't Siri, but it's not close. And sometimes the bastard thinks I'm talking to him and just randomly chime in being like, and you're like, what the fuck? I wasn't talking to you. Go away.
Okay, bye.
So, are your smart devices actually spying on you? Well, that depends on how you define spying. Firstly, and most importantly, although I have no wish to denigrate the validity of Mr. Rooster's claims, he or she, like anybody else on Reddit, could have very well made up this story in order to prove the point that he or she is trying to make. Secondly, almost all devices and apps collect huge amounts of data about their users. Usually, if you take the time to read through the terms and conditions instead of lying and saying that you have, ways in which your data is used or could be used are pretty extensively laid out for you. As a quick aside, this is why I find the post that occasionally does the rounds on Facebook telling everybody that the rules will change tomorrow, and if you don't copy and paste this message on Facebook, they'll have the right to do whatever they want with your pictures, so amusing. If you actually read the terms and conditions before you joined Facebook, you would already know that you already agreed to this. Sorry, back to the script. When I first read Amazon's claims that Alexa only ever listens when you say the trigger phrase or wake word, I decided to investigate this a little more thoroughly. First, I briefly looked into the claims made by some that your smart speaker is recording everything that happens in your home and sending it back to some sort of government-controlled server. It's like, there's no. And I mean, maybe if you're a terrorist.
No, I'm totally kidding. I'm diffusing the tension with humor.
What tension? There's tension?
So is this even possible? Well, technically, yes. However, according to one estimation that I found online, more than 100 million Amazon Alexa devices are currently active in the world. Incidentally, I don't find this too difficult to believe. After all, I have 8 of them in my house. I don't know why I'm shocked about that. I'm on the HomePods. There are HomePods everywhere. Now, I'm not going to get into the specific numbers on this, partly because I don't think anybody would be interested, and partly because I don't want to. But even if the audio underwent a huge amount of compression, the bandwidth required to constantly stream audio from 100 million devices would be astronomical. People would notice. At this point, you may well be thinking something along the lines of, Dave, that's not what you said you were looking into. You said you were investigating whether or not Echo devices were only activated by the assigned wake word. If you were indeed thinking that, then the answer is calm down, I'm getting to it.
All right, let's everybody just calm the fuck down.
As many of the nerds among you will know, there exists certain software which allows you to scrutinize all traffic from devices connected to a specific network. Being a retired nerd myself, I downloaded a piece of this software. I'll not include the actual name of the program because it's often associated with, shall we say, less than legal activities. However, it rhymes with firelark. I have no idea what this is. However, it rhymes with firelark. I have no idea what this is. Using the software, and almost doubling the time I would usually spend on a Brainblaze project, I set up a wireless network, connected one of my Amazon Echo devices to it, and monitored its traffic. I wish I could say something like the results of this testing would blow your mind, but they won't. Over the 12-hour period, apart from when the device was activated, being used to play music, stream the news, answering questions, etc., there was very little outgoing traffic at all, certainly not enough to indicate that the device was sending huge encrypted audio files. I suppose I should add here that in the scheme of things, this was a particularly small-scale investigation using only one smart speaker device. Whether or not different results would be produced if I tested an Apple HomePod or Facebook Portal. Is Facebook Portal really a thing? I've genuinely never heard of that. Something I can't answer because I don't own these. Of course, if anybody wants to send me one, then I'd have to carry out the testing. To sum up this rather rambling entry, yes, all of your smart devices are sharing a certain amount of information about you, but not nearly as much as some people would have you believe. Personally, I wish Amazon was better at targeting their advertisements.
King Bezos.
Not so long ago, I ordered a new vacuum cleaner from their wonderful site. Ever since then, my recommended product list has contained at least 2 vacuum cleaners. I know the basement gets dirty, but the likelihood of anyone wanting to buy a new vacuum cleaner 2 days after taking delivery of one suggests that they either don't have much faith in the products they are selling, or the product recommendation algorithm could use some work. I don't know. I just recently bought 2 vacuum cleaners because I bought one. Like one of those, it's by that Dyson company. They're like these wireless ones. They've got a name. They're called like V8s or something. something like that. I bought one of those and I was like, this is amazing. But I didn't like taking it upstairs when my kids spilled something upstairs. So I'm like, let's get another one of those. Let's get another vacuum cleaner.
Lazy bastard! You forget you have legs!
Elon Musk intentionally breaking Twitter. I imagine that one of the very real problems of being able to afford to do exactly what you want when you want is that you quickly run out of things to do. I mean, most of us have to save up for years to take that once-in-a-lifetime trip, buy that family car, or finally put an end to being taken advantage of on the property rental market. For the incomprehensibly rich, I would think there's only so many times that you can go out and buy a fleet of helicopters, purchase enough overpriced real estate to house the entire homeless population of the UK, or overcompensate for the size of your tiny penis.
Back off! I'll make you teensy!
By paying thousands of dollars to shoot an endangered wild animal before you get bored. Honestly, Dave, though, mate, you can never have enough helicopters, or one such stratospherically rich individual.
I remember the second I became a billionaire. I was ass naked sitting right there.
Who presumably became bored of doing things like this is Elon Musk. In October of 2022, he became so bored that he decided to purchase the social media platform known as Twitter.
Elon, you're clearly unhinged.
And to all outward appearances, systematically destroy it. Don't get me wrong, Twitter, at that time, was already a fairly toxic place to be, but they did at least appear to be making some progress. People who claimed that school shootings had been staged, suggested the COVID-19 pandemic was a hoax, or incited rioters to attack the US Capitol building have been removed from the platform, and things were, if not looking up, then certainly starting to look across. Enter Elon Musk. Upon taking control, he immediately dismissed thousands of employees, including but not limited to content moderators, the VP of diversity, the head of legal policy, the entire human rights team, the ethical AI team, and the communications departments. Fucking hell.
Why? Because, that's why.
After administering this crippling blow to his new company, he set in motion a return to the bad old days by reinstating previously banned spreaders of hate speech like Alex Jones and former President Trump. More recently, the new owner took a switchblade to what remained of Twitter's credibility when he appeared to endorse the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on the platform, which led to hundreds of top companies withdrawing their ads from the site. Yeah, and then he's like on the stage, he's like, you don't want to advertise? F you. You'll kill Twitter. And it's like, well, don't say anti-Semitic shit. It's not them, it's you.
Well, of course I know him.
But surely Musk has a plan. I mean, he would not pay $44 billion for something just to destroy it. Well, depending on who you believe, he may have done exactly that. But why?
Why ask why? When how is so much more fun.
As you may not be surprised to hear, there are several theories. Firstly, it has been alleged that in spite of his prolific free speech rhetoric, Musk is actually in favor of silencing left-wing views and turning the platform into a right-wing echo chamber. That makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. Business-wise. He just wants as many people as possible. And if you make it super right or super left-wing, you're going to alienate half of the people. Or not super right, super left, but just right or left, if you go one way or the other. There are those platforms for right wing or left wing or whatever, and it's they're always going to have a smaller audience because it's just one side. And honestly, they're kind of just circle jerking each other.
What?
It's kind of it's weird. There should be conversation and debate, and isn't it better in the middle? It should always be in the middle. You appeal to everyone. That's better. Be like Oprah.
Write that down.
Proponents of this theory claim that he is in league with Twitter's second biggest stakeholder, Prince Al-Walid bin Talal of Saudi Arabia. I feel like someone called Al-Walid. What was that guy's name in The Dictator? That movie it was Prince I feel like it was Al-Walid or something, wasn't it? Another theory claims that Musk is attempting to destroy Twitter so that he can completely rebuild it in his own image. Well, you're Elon Musk. You can build something in your own image anyway. You're Elon Musk, you have infinite resources. According to Lou Pascalis, the former head of global media at Bank of America, Musk is smart. He knows it's illegal, although usually hard to prove, to intentionally devalue an asset to manipulate creditors. And he knows how to make money, so I have to believe he sees an entirely new revenue model that the rest of us don't yet recognize. I feel like you're putting a lot of faith in a man who is unquestionably smart, but also rather impulsive. The third and final theory to explain away the madness is both my favorite and the most simple, and it comes from a Guardian article written by Arwa Modawi, and it reads like this. It's also possible that the simplest answer is the correct one. Musk is a narcissist who has let his enormous ego get in the way of making sensible business decisions. He's realized that he can't actually make X profitable, so he's letting it all burn to the ground while casting himself as some sort of free speech martyr. Very expensive way to martyr yourself. I suppose that it's just possible there is a fourth possibility, but it seems so unlikely at this stage that hardly bears mentioning. Maybe, just maybe, he actually does know what he's doing, and after this period of extreme turmoil, he'll recoup the $25 billion in lost value and steer the company onto greater, more profitable heights.
No.
I doubt it. Maybe this will age badly, but I don't think it's working very well so far. Apple and planned obsolescence. If you follow tech news even a little bit, you'll probably be aware that in 2017, Apple agreed to settle a class action lawsuit over claims that they deliberately slowed down the performance of various iPhone models as they aged in order to boost sales. Claims of planned obsolescence, a process whereby manufacturers deliberately limit the lifespan of any given product, have been around for many years now, and in this case, Apple was, in fact, guilty of slowing down devices. Not only were they slowing the devices down, but they made the somewhat poor decision not to tell customers they were doing this. So, were they actually doing this to force customers to buy the latest handset? Well, according to Apple and evidence, not really. Wasn't this about, if I remember correctly, batteries get worse as they age, right? And so they were slowing down the devices on purpose so that they'd use less battery power so the battery would last longer, I think. As rechargeable batteries age, goddamn big brain, they become less efficient, and because of this, they're not always capable of running the various components of your phone, processor, GPU, camera, etc. Okay, so they can't actually... Oh, at maximum speed. Okay. So they can't actually do it rather than it just being too draining on the battery or whatever. Attempting to force this issue can cause phones with older batteries to randomly shut down, even though they still display a reasonable battery level percentage. What Apple claimed the throttling software was doing was ensuring that these random crashes didn't happen. Now, after the lawsuit, if you go into the battery health section of your iPhone, it will provide you with the following information. Built-in software and hardware system is automatic, always on, and works to provide the best possible performance as battery aging occurs over time. The power needs of iPhone 11 models and later are monitored dynamically, and performance is managed so it can address these needs in real time. The system allows your iPhone to reduce performance impacts from battery aging. If they had included this information prior to the lawsuit, then I don't believe they would have had to pay out that money at all. Yeah, it's probably why they included it after the lawsuit. To those of you who are warming up your typing fingers and getting ready to write something in the comment section along the lines of course they would say that, they're not likely to admit that they were deliberately ripping people off, are they? Yeah, but... Oh, they settled it, didn't they? They settled it. I was going to say the lawsuit went in their favor, but it didn't. It was settled. I'd like to draw your attention to the following points. Firstly, the information that Apple provided regarding the life of rechargeable batteries is absolutely correct. No batteries last forever. Secondly, there was a relatively inexpensive way of restoring your iPhone to its former glory. If you replace the battery, admittedly something that is a little bit more difficult to do nowadays, the throttling features would be deactivated. Unfortunately, although there are many genuine reasons to go after Apple, this particular one does not appear to be valid. And that's where we end today's video. Thanks for being here. Don't say anti-Semitic shit. It's not them, it's you.
Mechanics hate German cars.
Worst car to work on.
Probably an Audi.
BMW.
Anything German.
But are they really as over-engineered and hard to work on as people say?
Today, we brought in real mechanics to react to German car pain from TikTok. First clip.
Don't let anybody brag to you that they have a 7 Series. These cars are junk. Way down and buried, way the down in there is the thermostat.
Oh, no.
Fluid wicks through it, travels all up the harness.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
And takes out the DME, the entire control module of the car. Not only does it take that out.
Yeah, okay, what else did it get caught in there?
Blow up.
Crossfire.
It takes this out, too. Which is your integrated supply module.
Why is your thermostat down there next to your wiring harness? That's an example of German engineering at its finest. I'm Steph. I'm an Audi technician. The coolant dripping off of the thermostat will, for some reason, follow up the stream of wires, which in this case, it's falling all the way up straight to the PCM. It will blow it because what is coolant doing in there? And then your car no-go. Now you gotta either A, perform a wire overlay, which is just replacing the wires that got plugged. Or you're, depending on the manufacturer, you're having to buy a whole new harness for that.
That's very...
pricey.
Yeah, very pricey.
I worked on the 7 Series, I worked on my 8 Series, and they're a pain. Like, everything's like hidden. You have to remove almost everything to get to something.
So I want you guys to close your eyes real quick. I am going to load up a picture of what this engine looks like when you remove it. 3, 2, 1, open.
Okay.
Whoa! Those look like just coolant lines everywhere.
Ma'am, you have a leak in a hose.
Well, which hose?
Well, we're about to figure that out too.
This is a nightmare. I wouldn't know.
That's stressing me out, and I'm not even working on it.
We're both out.
We
Don't
kept
call
out
us.
of that. Don't bring that.
So would you say the Germans did us all dirty with this, or would you say it's not a big deal?
Absolutely did us so dirty. The most foul they could do. This is a nightmare.
That's gross. They did us gross.
Next clip.
Oh, over-engineered German Looks like he's having some steering issues.
That's wicked. Oh, Lordy, that's wicked. I want to assume that this is electronic controlled steering.
I don't need no computer telling me how to steer my car.
What does a computer know that you don't?
Yeah, exactly.
Road.
Right?
Definitely an issue having to do with the steering angle sensor. It probably thinks that the steering angle is as far as it's going, and that's... After you install anything to do with the steering wheel, you have to turn it all the way to the left. You'll hear a little click, turn it all the way to the right. You'll hear another click. And that's basically the car trying to figure out what the steering angles are and what the end stops are.
Sounds like my RC car.
It's exactly the same.
But I wonder why the Germans decided to do that.
For the f of it, I guess. To charge you more money.
See, I gotta imagine there's some German guy who's just like, I'm gonna make it better. But you're just saying, like, there's a German guy out there just like, just put some more hoses out and it will make it so we make more money.
Yeah. Oh, that actually sounds pretty good right there. Yeah, that's how he sounds. Exactly, that's how he sounds.
I don't know how to fix it, but someone will figure it out, you know?
You did us dirty.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a German issue. I think you did something wicked. You hit something or something hit you and...
Some driver error.
On to the next clip. Okay, he's warming it up.
Like a crime scene.
I know, what's going on? Now he's got his wife involved. He's saying later.
Oh!
That dude's knocked out. Look at that error. Oh, no, he's not.
This was an assassination attempt.
Boom! Dude, that's nuts.
It was just a quick, clean, combustive, like, explosion, and that's it. Oh, look, it started at the bottom. Do you see that?
From under.
Whoa.
Popped all his bags, dude.
It f***ed him up.
Totaled his car. Car's totaled.
It could be animals that chewed on the wires. It could be just the wilderness. He never maintained his car. It could be that girl in the back. They plotted a bomb in there. That's for last week.
That's for last week. When you had that party and I asked you to not be so loud, that's what you get.
If a car explodes, you're not gonna just see it just, and then, oh, we're done, it's good. This is just something else.
That's a little mobster hit.
No Germans had nothing to do with this car bomb.
Let's explode our way to the next clip.
All right, E90X
Oh, another BMW.
My EDC is not working correctly, so you can see it is currently on. If I push it, it does not do anything. Oh, it just fried itself. That's incredible.
Why is it pink?
Not good. Not good at all. Better turn this off.
Oh, wow.
Oh, smoked it.
Well, that's a new one.
Anytime you see a button that you push and smoke comes out,
push it again.
Quickly push it until it stops smoking.
Push it
because you're basically shorting out something.
It's electric damping control.
Oh, so it's like a sport mode.
Yeah, so he's trying to wild out, trying to get out of comfort, going to sport, and car obviously knows better. It's not letting him.
Probably the wire down the line somewhere is connected, so that's why it fried the switch.
I assume the reason why it's pink is because the connector maybe was pink.
It actually happens a lot.
Really?
On the sunroofs, you push the button and you make the sunroof go back, and it fries midway. It's even on the door switches. They're notorious for frying, and they smoke.
I'm gonna say the Germans probably did us a little dirty on that one.
He maybe dropped something in there too. You know, you're over there drinking a little coffee. Whip.
This isn't just a German thing. This is like
human thing.
It's a human thing. It's a switch thing. So you're okay, Germany.
Next clip.
Cylinder number 6 misfire detected. You gotta take half of the stuff apart to access it to get it off. Another brilliant German design. The stupid cover on top of it to hold the heat in even more, so the plastic retains the heat and cracks even more. Let's hope nothing breaks when we take it off, but don't be surprised if a bunch of this plastic crap starts snapping off in your hand. We try some prying and praying. Praying and prying. To finally get the spark plug ignition coil off, you'll see they have weird spark plugs. Typical BMW crap. You see, they're not regular hex heads, they got these crenulations. Now we'll tighten the new spark plug in.
I didn't know that.
No working room, of course. Just don't forget to put the air filter back on. Make sure that's all tight. Well, here goes nothing. Well, hopefully something. Now we'll take it for a spin and see what happens. Well, that didn't take long. The check engine light already's come back on.
Oh, there's some other noise right there.
I know, dude. Did you hear that? Scotty, bro. Open up the ears, Scotty boy.
You know you heard it. He heard it. He heard it. What he's saying is like when you start taking off and it's plastic, guess what happens? It cracks.
It cracks.
And it breaks. And then it causes another problem. And then another problem. At one point, you're like, throw this car away.
If you don't have that really pretty engine cover, how do you know you truly have a BMW, right? Step one. Number two, what's gonna keep the heat in there and just make things so much worse and hot when you work on them, if not the plastic cover? That cover is really just to protect like the wires and stuff that are gonna sit on top of your engine. The more compact they are like underneath the cover, you're gonna prevent water from getting on it, you're gonna prevent maybe rodents and stuff like that. Another big point, noise dampening purposes. Maybe you like riding all crazy, making it sound like you got some really, really crazy horsepower going on underneath there, but the normal person probably doesn't wanna listen to that, so they're gonna keep that cover on.
Loud noise from engine is scary, but in this house, cool.
I don't know why they make him so complicated, but they're doing you dirty.
Me, personally, I'm gonna say it's not that big of a deal. It's just plastic. Get over it, buddy.
Maybe everyone's just complaining, because it's looking like the Germans are doing pretty well right now.
Put your big boy pants on.
In this next clip, the driver is attempting to do a burnout, but I'm guessing it doesn't go as well for him because it's on this show. Let's take a look. Ooh, we got a Mercedes.
Nice.
Oh, no.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He doesn't, is it? There we go. Oh, nope. All these dudes are wearing suits. This must be a wedding.
He's sweating right now. All pressure's on him.
He's like, homies, this is sick, right? Oh, that was a big flame.
You're trying to rip one for the boys, and you can't. And you're just like, I gotta get this car to do it. Everyone's watching you. Like, look. Dude, look, all of his boys, dog. Look at it, the whole mom. And they're filming it like he's about to fucking shut it down. He went from straight no problems to engine problems, dog. Okay, Sandro, how much in trouble is my man right here? What are we looking at?
He held it so long, he could have blown turbos, he could have overheated it.
He caused a fire.
He caused a fire, whatever else.
Whatever that is. I don't even know what that is.
I'm gonna assume he didn't turn off his traction control. You see the white smoke coming out of his exhaust. Something bad happened with coolant. I'm gonna say he blew his head gasket just because of how great and dense the white smoke is.
He definitely blew something, that burnout.
And his ego.
I don't think it's the German fails. I think it's just the actual conductor of that car.
One, you're doing a burnout at a wedding. Two, you can't do a burnout. Now you're messing up your car and you messed up the wedding. Get out of there. Go home, guy.
Next clip. All right, another BMW. Okay.
It's older, 3 Series.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, wait, whoa. What? Why the rear?
Water? It rained. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
No.
Yup.
No.
What's really shitty is because it has to go towards the back of the vehicle and then the tubes go out. If it's clogged, that water's gonna flood the back. And luckily, Germans already thought about that. That's why they put all of your modules back there.
There's always a computer where it floods up with water.
Luxury does not mean longevity.
When they build those cars, where they're at, it rains a lot. So they know they're gonna you over.
Oh, you think so?
Why make a little tub? And they make them sealed. Like, you can't even make a hole so it could drain out whatever moisture, water goes in there. It's sealed, solid.
Dude,
at least pick it up, you know?
Full-on conspiracy theory, dude.
Whoa. I don't want my to blow up, so.
Let me ask you this, Sandro. Did the Germans do us dirty on this, or is shit?
No, the Germans are the shit.
Yeah, okay, all right.
You guys engineered that shit.
Not a big deal. This was just...
No, this is nothing.
This is nothing.
Casual Tuesday.
Yeah. That's a sarcastic, not a big deal.
I'm gonna say the engineers did us dirty.
We've seen a lot of BMWs today, but we want to hear from you. What are the worst German cars to work on? Let us know in the comments below. Now let's see that next clip.
A new Volkswagen here, a Golf. Okay. Is the car still running?
What? That was supposed to turn off.
Powers off the radio. Oh, and then turns the car off.
Turns the car off.
Whoa.
It's a little short. One of the two things, they cut the piggy connection off and they didn't pin it out right, or didn't buy the actual plug that tells you red, yellow, black, and so forth and so on, right? They probably connected yellow and red together, and it's looping, keeping that car on.
Once you shut the audio off, because they're on the same circuit or same loop, then it turns the car off.
Yeah.
The aftermarket installer of the radio probably made a mistake.
It's your fault.
Next clip.
Howdy, boy, let me tell you, it's a love-hate relationship.
This guy's a fun guy.
I just love the way the car is, but man, the design.
He hasn't even cursed yet.
The design. That's a gas pedal, brake pedal, clutch. And this right here, what? I bet you couldn't guess what I'm repairing. I bet you couldn't tell me. What am I repairing in this situation?
The air filter.
Let me show you
It's
what
on the
I'm
other side.
repairing.
Pause here and guess.
All right, pause here and guess.
All right, so it sounds like he's got to pull this. It's one of these things, you got to pull something silly to get to something very small. What do you think?
Slave.
I don't think anything related to that. It's probably like a blown fuse or something.
Maybe your communication to Otis.
I'm gonna say a light bulb.
Let me show you what I'm repairing. I'm replacing a clutch master cylinder.
Oh,
clutch.
dude.
This little thing right here. This little thing
I got
right
it.
here.
I beat you.
Yeah, you
Here
got
it
it.
is.
Your master cylinder, what it does, it transfers the pressure from your pedal to actually operate your clutch and stuff. So if you try and move your clutch without pressing your pedal, it's not gonna go in gear. If it fails, now you're gonna be pressing on your clutch and it's just not gonna go into gear, you know? It's not gonna transfer that pressure.
It's easy when it's all like the dash is off and everything else is off to put something together. But when you're gonna go in to repair it, it's harder because you have to disassemble almost sometimes half of the dash just to get to a certain piece.
Little part this big, you know?
Yeah, just
all that work. Yep.
Think about the people that are gonna work on the car.
I'm gonna say the Germans definitely did us dirty on this one.
Come on, you know the answer. You just gotta be scared.
Explode my tomorrow. You guys suck. You guys suck on that one, bro.
As much fun as it is to watch meticulously engineered machines fail, we actually love German cars. They are an absolute blast to drive, and they're built like tanks. Let's see what happens to this BMW after a building collapses on it.
Whoa!
Nice.
It's still driving!
Yeah, and it's slammed.
You got the camera going
Give
still?
us the finger. F you guys, it still runs. This is my sweet baby. The fact that it's driving, that's pretty amazing. Looks like it just caved in the,
Just the roof.
Just caved in the roof.
Casual.
Everything else is operating pretty good.
The question is, was it slammed before the tree landed on it, or did the tree give it that epic stance?
And one thing you can never say about a German vehicle is that it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
It's easy to on German engineering and German vehicles, but truly people that have German vehicles, they love them. Once you get one, you don't expect to like it as much as you do, and then one day you just wake up and you think, huh.
I'm a BMW guy. Oh no.
All the faults that we've seen today, this is a positive for the Germans here, I would say. You built a really tough car. Maybe most cars wouldn't be able to survive a building collapsing on it, but this one did.
Like, was that commercial? Like a rock.
Like a rock. Via Einstein, I was born as I could be.
If you want to see real mechanics like Steph here react to even more mind-boggling engineering fails, click right here. Thank you, Steph, for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure to have you.
Sandro, dude, I love you, man.
Me too.
Thank you for coming out. We'll see you guys later. We love you. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Timberborners, where wood and beaver jokes are only understood by the old folk. This is season 7, episode 5, where we build a mega dam in the Beaver Simulator program. I couldn't think of a very good rhyme for that. Yes, hello fellow engineers, and welcome back to Timberborn. And I gotta say, like, from above, this place, it just looks like a normal season. Like, bad water? What bad water? There's no such thing. Yes, we dammed it off. It's going that way. I don't even care. No, but, like, honestly, this season is going so well. And I'm so, like, encouraged to play at the moment. Like, I'm probably recording this, like, a month before you actually see it. But I love my little beavers. Look at them all. I love that we've conquered the poo water. I love everything about this game. Anyway, we do have some preparation to do because, look, we got 2.6 days until a drought hits us. Yes, we have a loss of water, but food is slacking. I do have a load of builders now because I've got these 4 guys as well as the original. So I was just thinking, would it be worth, like, I don't know, adding like a dam up here just so that these berries keep growing? Oh, they take 12 days? 12 days? Okay, we're not going to see those berries anytime soon. I'm just worried they might die in the drought if they don't have water next to them. Like, if I were to dam, let's just say across there, that would solve the issue. So yeah, I'll tell you what, let's very high prioritize those, and then let's just check they are in range. Yeah, you can see green area, they can get to that. Okay, so that should be built. That should keep some water up here, as long as they build it very, very quick. Yeah, thankfully we do have a dam there, so all the food here should be fine. It looks like if I want more food, all of our farmers are occupied at the moment. Hang on, let's pause you. You're just sat on your butt doing nothing. Who was that? Sevens. You're meant to be an OG beaver. What you doing? But yeah, I might get another farmhouse down and like get some more food in. Depends how I'm feeling. Anyway, it's the end of a day already, which means I've only got 2 full days remaining. Did we get any of this dam built today? No, we didn't. We put 8 logs in. Oh, there you go. 10 logs. Oh, there you go. They're all coming out. They're all working through the night. It's meant to be a time off. Wait, sun has risen on the next day. Look at all those beavers. Where are you guys all going? Oh, they're grabbing logs from over there because that's the closest log pile. They're the worker beavers. Oh, wait, no, they're not. Where are they going? Where are they all going? Oh, are they the haulers? I think they were hauler beavers. So they're prioritizing, like, making these work. Although that guy's sat on his butt. Who's that? Slamp fist. More like slump fist because he's slumped over. Right, never mind. Never mind. Anyway, wow, that's another day. We got 1 damn piece made. If I do some quick maths, I don't think we're going to make this in time. All right, I'll tell you what. For the last day, let's just slow this down. Oh, no, we're down to 68 food. All right, man, we have too many beavers. We got 50 beavers. Where do they all come from? Oh, man, I don't know if we're going to... I don't know if we're going to survive this, actually. Like, not just the drought, but I just mean in general. Like, we're blazing through food. Do I need to cull some beavers? I may need to cull some beavers. I'll tell you what, first things first. Maybe I should turn some of these off. Drop back down to 3 breeding pods. That will use up less berries, and it should shrink the population a little bit. I think I do have too many beavers, to be fair. But yeah, remember last time we built these really... Hang on, let's pause you. Who's that? Everyone's sat on their butts. This is why I don't need so many beavers. They don't do anything. But yeah, this efficient machine, which inflates its balls. This is a fermenter, and this turns cassavas, like 4 of them, into 10 actual edible fermented cassavas. Now, I've got 2 of these, and both of them are running very low on cassava. So what I'm thinking, this is my cassava field up here. If I increase that, fill in that area there, I may need an extra farmer to do it. So let's build another farmhouse. That's 20 logs. For now, just to plant them, it should be fine because there's enough beavers. Just once they get growing to harvest them, we're gonna need more farmers because look, there's kohlrabies down here. We're not even digging them up. Anyway, how's the dam? We've got half a day remaining. We need 20 logs. Right, for this last day then, I'm going to have to increase working hours. 24-hour working. We need to get this dam done because I really don't want these blueberries to die. I need them to produce fruit. Oh, wait, is it 12 days just to grow from a seedling and then 12 days to produce fruit? Oh, if that's the case, we are definitely screwed. But yeah, ideally, are you a builder, Breticus? Are you a builder? Yes. Okay, so we do have some builders still working. I don't know where everyone's gone. Like, it would be end of the day, and hardly any logs have come over. Let's just speed up. How fast is this getting built? Oh, yes, it's 50% done. Come on, 8 more logs, 8 more logs. Oh, it's nearly done. We're actually going to do it. We're going to do it. Come on, builders. Come on, builders. Is that the last piece? Yes. Okay, turn down 24-hour working. Everyone can go have some time off now. But it's the next morning. The drought has started. So as you can see, there's no water from the water sources. but because we've got this dam in, we've kept this area green. Oh, down here. Whoa. Stop. Slow down. Ah, pause. You guys are pumping your wood way too much. Right, pause all of you. We have enough water. You down there, you're pumping nothing. Matt Pro, you might be a pro at working your wood, but you're literally sucking up dirt down there. Oh yeah, there's no power being produced, so we've got to get the Wheel of Pain back on. So 4 workers in there, because we do actually need power. Oh, Matt Pro, you've... Matt Pro has taken the demotion there. He is now making manual power. Come on, other beavers. That's it. Get in there. Help make the power. Okay, so that keeps my industrial area running. And I just want these to work at full efficiency. We've got a lot of planks. I might pause the plankers. I might even pause the gears. We've got quite a lot of gears. So then we've just got this going, the smelter. I might prioritize this by haulers as well, because the scrap metal is really, really far away. Like, if we zoom out, the scrap metal comes from all the way over here. So if we had the haulers do that, then real chief engineer, he can do his chief work of just smelting bars into metal blocks. And I may get another smelter down here just so we're making it a little bit quicker. Right, decent. I think we're okay. Food back up to 112 somehow. Don't really know how that happened. Oh, I think it was the berries here started growing. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Let me just click on like a random beaver like you. Matt Rab. Oh, another Matt. Let's just have a look how you're looking on everything. Oh, you still don't have the roof bonus. Did I not build a roof? Oh, I did build a roof there. How has he avoided that? Oh, there's another path there. I didn't see that path. Wait, no, it's not a path. That was an optical illusion there. Like that, there's a step. There's like a level difference there. Yeah, so everyone sleeping should have the roof ability because they've all got to go down here. Oh, unless they're a scientist. If they're a scientist and they don't move, let's just have a look. No, Matt Rabbit's not in there. Wait, hang on. What's going on here then? What's going on? I'll tell you what, I can click this button up the top as well. And that tells me how everything's looking, like the average of every beaver. So, ooh, we have some hungry beavers. Potentially because we've just woken up, it's morning. So I won't worry too much about that. Wet fur is a bit low. Perhaps I could build a shower to help with that. The other foods are good. Oh, what's that? Campfire. Oh, I need to build some more campfires. Probably like 2 more. And another rooftop terrace. It seems there's not enough space for everyone to use them. Okay, on it. As I said before, I'm having happy beavers this time. So I am prioritizing wellness. So we'll be in this wellbeing tab a lot. And I mean, they've added some cool stuff. Like, we got a butt scratcher. Oh, I might actually add that. It's just 100 science. Yeah, let's get a scratcher on the go. It is powered.
It's where?
So it's got to come down here. So if I just shove that there, I may need to high prioritize this just just for the lols. So fast forward through the night again. I tell you what, actually, I should probably, let's get the other stuff done. So I want a campfire. Just shove that up there. I want 2 more, don't I? So let's have 2 campfires there. I said I wanted a shower. Yeah, and shove that in that little space. Put a little path there. Nice. Right, and then, oh, look, the scratcher is done. Oh, and little baby beaver's getting his butt scratched. Who's that? God dang. Nice. Oh, look at that. He is lovely. Oh, he just grew up. He grew up in front of my eyes. Is that the same beaver? Yeah. I've never seen a beaver do that before. That's... He aged in front of my eyes. All right, mate. You're using that a bit too much now. We've been watching this for a little bit too long. There we go. Now you're of working age. Go find a job. What is his job? He's unemployed. Hang on. Why is he unemployed? I have too many beavers. What's going on here? All right, what job can we give him? Let's get some more scrap metal. Oh, there's actually quite a lot of scrap metal. Now we'll get more scrap metal. So unpause that. Oh no, Joel's gone in there. If we get another log chopper. Yeah, there are some logs there. Let's get another one of those then. There you go. He's gone in there. You. So no more unemployed beavers. I'm not sure whether this double shower actually uses up water, because like presumably all the water that comes out of a shower cleans your beaver. It just goes back like into the water. Like, yes, it will contaminate this with like stinky beaver juice or whatever, but it shouldn't use it up, right? I'm not sure. We'll have to see, I guess. Anyway, oh yeah, let's prioritize this smelter as well, and we'll be making more metal. We're up to 8. Oh, probably could do some storage actually. Yeah, that's a good sort of winter job, I think. Get some storage on the go. When I say winter, it's summer, I'd imagine, if it's a drought. Anyway, we'll get a large industrial pile down there. That can store metal blocks. On top of that, a medium warehouse. That can store some gears, actually. Yeah, we need a path over to that. And that's given me an idea to get another rooftop terrace in. So if I want to get a rooftop terrace, let's say on this, which by the way, the devs have like, it might just be for the iron teeth rather than the foxtails, but this rooftop terrace, because it's completely changed, Like, you can't have a gig on there anymore. This was where the Beavles first got famous. What are we going to do without a Beavles concert this season? I don't know. But anyway, as we're short on rooftop terraces, we'll shove that. If I shove it on there, I'm going to need double platforms. Now, annoyingly, these can't go on ground. They have to go on buildings. Now, let's stick with that. And then in that hole, we got loads of planks. So let's just double platform it. There we go. Right, anyway, 3 days remaining of the drought. Looks like food is sort of okay. We're in like the 90s, floating around triple digits. Water, we're still around 1,000. So yeah, water's fine, even though we're not pumping anything. You see campfires being built now. Butt scratcher in constant use. Oh, and down here, look, we've got our new, yes, the smoke is rising. Our new smelter's in. Bradley McCain, smelter extraordinaire. So we're making twice as many metal blocks now. I imagine, though, yeah, look, these guys don't have the power. So we have reduced our output, especially with the 2 fermenters. Although, to be fair, you don't have enough cassavas to work anyway. I may as well pause you until we start growing these cassavas. I assume they're not grown yet, are they? Yeah, 90. Oh, they're about to be done. Okay, I may have to turn that guy back on. Don't take that sentence out of context.
What you're about to see may disturb.
Okay, I may have to turn that guy back on. Okay, I may have to turn that guy back on. But yeah, I'll unpause that building again because I think we will need double, especially if our efficiency is low. But I imagine once we've got all of these up and running again, we will actually be okay. Oh, that's something I want to add actually. Cheeky extra little power wheel there because we no longer need to get up to those. Nice. All right, something else I might do, a bit of food variety. I could get some mangroves on the go. So if I plant some mangroves like down there, that should give us some extra fruit. Also a little bit of wood if I ever want to chop them down. Aren't you meant to do that? Oh, you can't reach? Oh, they can't reach. I've also just realized I've put it right where my mega dam's going. Right, how do I get you to reach? I think if I just wang some stairs like down there, and that should be fine. I thought they might be able to reach from up there, but no chance. No chance. All right, prioritize the stairs. That should be done soon. Oh, look, they've actually started building the mega dam. Oh, my goodness. I did not expect that so soon. Oh, wow, look at the cassavas up here as well. Yeah, we've really got to get everyone on cassavas. There's so much food. It's just there. Oh, to be fair, food is going up 152. Okay, so food I think we've actually fixed now. I'll tell you what, I might get those unpaused again because without future generations, you got nothing. Oh, the rooftop terraces are in. Oh, look, the shower's done as well. Oh, this is going so well. My beavers, their happiness should start going up. Because, yeah, oh, it's a double shower, so they're both in it. Cheeky little moonlight shower, is it, lads? Slant fist, Matez the Fastener. I don't know why I said Des. Clearly says there. But right, okay, I feel like I'm ready to sort of move on to next phase. Like, whilst the mega dam gets built, I think I'm pretty happy with the colony, how it is progressing. So we're slowly gaining all sorts of resources. Yeah, I think we're good to move on to something a little bit new. And something I wanted to work on was getting that dynamite, because dynamite is going to be a game changer. So for dynamite, we need quite a lot of science. I've got science, but we need this explosives factory. So that's fine. We got 30 blocks. I mean, we only got 14, but we should have the blocks. We got the gears, we got the planks. So we can get an explosives factory. However, in order to make dynamite, we need 5 bad water. Now, if you go into the water tab, we can extract that with this, a deep bad water pump. So that's probably what I should focus on first. So let's unlock that. 250 science. Boosh. And then this. Oh, look. It's a whole new log pumper. A whole new log pumper. It's gonna pump that poop water. There will be no water. It's all poop. Let's just hope our beavers don't drink it. All right, anyway, this needs to go up here where this dam is, probably. We've got a double depth of poo water stored there. So this is probably where I want to do it. I just I'm going to get a path over here. Now, we do have a path up that way. I'll tell you what, let's just bring that round and see exactly what we're dealing with. Like, this is going to be a pretty stinky job, but I want like a 2-depther. What about that? Oh, there works. Okay, that works. So we're going to shove our first one of those there. All right, so that's those in. I'm then going to shove a little bit of water storage in. But remember, it's not going to be storing water. It's going to be storing poo. We'll shove 2 of those there. Maybe another one like there. And all of these will just say store the bad water. All right, so wow, we are progressing today. We'll be getting bad water, which means I'm gonna need my explosives factory. Do I want to try and add it to this? I probably do, don't I? So 400 science to unlock that. We've got the science. Let's get it unlocked. Yes. And then let's see how big the building is. Oh, it fits perfectly in there. So that will turn 5 bad water into 1 dynamite. Boosh. Oh, look over here. They've already started building. Breticus, they're thirsty, but they've made the trek over to get these stairs in. So yeah, I'll tell you what, I will use prioritize tool. I'm not going to do very high. I'm just going to do high because it's only got to be slightly higher than the other things we're building. But yeah, we'll get that in first, the stairs and then the pump. Then we'll do those as like a medium priority, the storage. And then we've got explosives factory as well. So by the time that's all done, I'm going to need some storage. So we'll get cheeky warehouse up there. That can store explosives. All right, and then if we fast forward through the night, which is the last night of the drought, and check out the food, 100 still. Check out the water, 600 still. So we're in a good spot. Hence why I'm enjoying this season so much. I'm so positive about this season. Everything is going perfectly. So cycle 5 begins. The drought has ended. Water returns to the land, rejuvenates everything. And then as the water's back, let's get all the log pumpers back going. Even the one down here, which doesn't really do a lot, but Skilker, get involved, mate. All right, then we've got power again. So let's pause the wheel of pain. We'll unpause the planks and maybe the gear workshop. How much power is this all producing? 1,000 horsepower? Yeah, we're producing like around 1,000 horsepower. So that's awesome. All right, so sun is rising on another day. Oh, look, if we head over here, it's done. There's beavers heading over here. So this is the brand new log pumper. Who works here, by the way? Lord Doom. That is quite a related name, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, we've got our storage in as well. I assume, yeah, there's no water stored in there yet. I assume it will be that color though. But yeah, we are now officially pumping poo. I love how efficient that building looks, by the way. That roof, incredible. Now, I do wonder, why is there a hole in the end? Don't know. Right, so yeah, we have the poo water being stored. You can actually see, look, these beavers, they're carrying it. Tool, that is dangerous. Careful with that. Do not drop it in our fresh water here. Yeah, oh, look, there's another one there as well. Tesgwin, always got broad shoulders for carrying the waste of the community. He's my Discord admin, by the way. He has to deal with all the architects that sneak in. Anyway, that's being delivered to here. Who was that? Robert. Robert is turning that into explosives. So we now have explosives on the go, which means we can start to look at what we want to unlock. Now, there's new explosives now. Depending on which one you unlock is like how deep it goes. Oh, no, actually, they require, what's that? Dynamite plus like a little chemical jar thing. How do I get a chemical jar? I assume it's in here somewhere. Hang on, fluid dump. You can dump bad water, not just normal water. Why do you want to do that? Unless you actually like really want to be mean to your beavers. I don't know why you'd want to like dump bad water. There's got to be a use for it somewhere at some point. We've got a stream gauge and deep mechanical. No, not that. Centrifuge. So we need one of those to turn it into what does it turn it into? Usable extract. Now that requires a fair amount of resource as well. We've only got 3 of those metal blocks. We don't have the science to unlock that yet, but we will need that if we want like better dynamite. Because I feel like if I just punch some holes like in this river, then this will definitely stay like wet for longer. But yeah, I'll have a think about that. I don't think I want to do anything with that yet. Let's just get the dynamite built, because I think we probably will store dynamite like when it's made, but it's not like usable dynamite, if that makes sense. Yeah, because it's not actually dynamite, it's explosives. So we're making explosives, but when we want to use these are dynamite and they cost an explosive to build. Yeah, got it. Anyway, I'm going to prioritize the explosives factory by haulers as well, because I think we're not making many explosives because we're traveling to get the bad water ourselves. We don't want to do that. That'd be like if I were to edit my own videos. That would be sacrilege. I've got better things to do. No, shout out to my editors. Absolutely love my editors. It's probably Kendall editing this. Shout out to Kendall.
Hi, how are you?
Insane editor. Look at this edit. Whoa, look how edited it is. Whoa, so much edit. Leave a comment below. Loving my editors. Thank you, everyone. Oh, by the way, check out the mega dam. We are actually building the mega dam. I didn't even realize we'd be building it this soon. Let's get some more levees in, just so it's all at the right level. Yeah, it's got to go up one more time. There we go. Oh, this is the mega dam's time to shine. We've got mega dam over this side as well. We've got, all that space to put it in. Mega dam does whatever a mega dam does. Oh no, something I've realized. Rachel Santos, for some reason, she's not planting anything down here. Why not? Why aren't you planting the mangrove? Do I need a path down there? If I shovel like a little path there, does that... No. I see some got planted. It is a forester that plants them, right? Yeah, required building forester. Why is she not planting those? By the way, I just found there's also, they added this. Replant dead trees not marked for cutting. So like, you know, like the early game ones, like these dead trees, like they'll plant those. That's pretty cool. But yeah, what isn't cool, she's only planting like the big trees. Like now, if there's no trees chopped down, and what if I prioritize mangroves? Yeah, look, she just stands up there. She's not fussed. So for whatever reason, she can't reach any from this staircase. So I think I'm going to need like a staircase down there maybe. So I'll plonk that there. That's like right next to the forester. So that should be all right. All right. Anyway, next morning. Oh man, loads of OGs died last night. Not ideal. The food is still really slacking. I think I'm actually going to pause one of these for good. Because what are we up to? We're up to 55 beavers. I think that's just slightly too many. Just ever so slightly. Just slightly too many beavers. Yes, I'm saying slightly a lot. Although, these are now fully grown, which means they will be growing berries soon. So I think that will actually add quite a lot to our colony. So maybe we'll leave it. 5 breeding pods. Does mean we have 5 homeless beavers. So I've got to build more houses. Oh, what I could do. I could unlock that. That's 180 science though. But it would fit in that little gap perfectly. I don't know. Just do that. Just do that, Matt. That works just as well. All right, little stat check. So looks like we finally got explosives on the go. That is good. Food is going back up again. Water's back up again. But, oh, happiness isn't. What's happened to happiness? We have an injury. We have to try and fix that. No one's using the campfires or roof terraces. I built all of them for nothing. Oh, and weirdly, no one's using the shrubs and stuff. Maybe, does that run off? Maybe I need to dot a few more of those around. If I shove a little bit of roof down there. Little shrub down there as well. A lantern up on that corner maybe. So yeah, beavers are probably coming up here because there's water and yeah, I'll put it there actually. There's water and some campfires. Oh look, we've gone up to 9 already. Oh, that will help. The other barracks are in, so there should be less homeless beavers now. Right. Oh no, there's a drought approaching. So 3 days there is another drought. I think we're good though. I think we're pretty, yeah, we're in a good place. Oh look, we've got the mangroves growing as well now. That'll be more fruit. I think that's collected by a gatherer, so we better make sure there's one of them in range. Block that in. Ooh, something that is a bit silly. I've blocked off all those trees, so we can't get to them to chop them down. Oh, that's annoying. I think what I need to do is just wang a staircase like there, and then hopefully that guy will be able to reach. You can just walk through the mangroves. High prioritize that. Shush. Right, nice. Okay, so that's the final day before the next drought hits us. So as the sun sets, I think we'll leave it there for today, and the next time will be a really, really nice little episode where we progress the colony further. We can finally start getting those dynamite shoots in, so we can get some permanent green areas, and I foresee nothing going wrong. For now, I'll say peace, love, and bridges. Bye, guys.
McDonald's French fries. According to a poll we recently ran here, 48% of about 42,000 of you prefer this restaurant's slender tad starch sticks to all other restaurant tuber cutting offerings, with this percentage more than double the next runner-up, which was a blanket choice of other, i.e. nearly all other restaurant French fries combined. While many view McDonald's as a hamburger joint, the truth is, beyond in the present day, McDonald's making about a third of their revenue from their franchises on real estate, all once causing Ray Kroc to quip that he wasn't in the hamburger business, but rather, my business is real estate. McDonald's came to dominate the world of fast food for primarily one reason: their French fries, which an astounding 1 out of every 200 potatoes grown in the world today is used to make these salty sticks of potato guts, which is extra good for the company as French fries are also one of the most profitable non-beverage items on the menu. So just how did these French fries come to be? What exactly is in them and how are they made? Why were they the center of a surprisingly bitter and occasionally riotous and deadly fight? And just who invented French fries at all in the first place? Well, tuck in, ladies and gents, and let's do a deep fried dive into the history of the French fry and its perfected version of McDonald's, shall we? The origin of the French fry. So let us start then at the beginning. Around 14 billion years ago, the universe sprang into existence with Alright, that's going back a bit too far. So let's skip ahead a bit in the story of the French fry and then to the perfected Golden Arches version. Around 14 billion years ago, after the universe sprang into existence, give or take, potatoes were first introduced to Europe through the Spanish, who originally encountered them in 1537. On that momentous occasion, Juan Jimenez de Quesada and his men were dutifully raping and pillaging other humans instead of potatoes, and otherwise dominating the king and country in Colombia. While doing all of this, de Quesada and his men were also suffering from near starvation at points. We can only presume because, well, karma. Have you ever felt the struggle of standing out online? Well, fear not, because this video is brought to you by our friends over at Squarespace, a long-time sponsor of the channel. Squarespace is where building a stunning online presence is as easy as ABC. Let me show you how it's done. They have an amazing feature called flexible website templates. It's sort of like a closet full of stylish different templates. You go in there, you grab one, and then using the Fluid Engine editor, which is sort of this incredible, like, futuristic drag and drop technology, you customize that to look fantastic and have all of your own images and your own text in there. It's easy. You can do it in a couple of hours in an afternoon. Plus, they've also introduced a brand new feature called Courses, where you can create and sell online content seamlessly. With professional layouts and the powerful Fluid Engine editor, you can turn your knowledge into income just like that. You're ready to transform your online presence? Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/brainfood to save 10% on your first purchase of a website or a domain using the code BRAINFOOD. So why settle for ordinary when your online presence can be extraordinary? Check out Squarespace today and turn your dreams into pixels. Thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring, and now back to today's video. During such cessation of satiating with sustenance, they found in some of the conquered native foodstuffs potatoes, which the Spanish initially called truffles. Around 20 years later, potatoes were brought back to Spain and also quickly introduced to Italy so that other humans could put them in their food holes. At this time, the potatoes were still quite small and bitter and didn't grow well in either Spain or Italy. However, when a mummy human and a daddy potato really love each other, they breed even better potatoes that gradually become larger and less bitter and more suitable to their new climates. As this happens, the plants slowly caught on elsewhere in Europe. However, it was initially met with quite a bit of resistance, owing to the fact that the Europeans were convinced potatoes caused a variety of diseases and were also thought to be poisonous by some people. It should be noted here that they had good reason to assume that they were poisonous, as parts of the plant actually are, which is probably how the rumor got started. You see, much like with humans, if you eat the wrong part of the human, as fun as it might seem at the time, you sometimes get sick after, but this doesn't mean the other parts of the human aren't good for when the mood strikes, as long as it's consensual. In any event, later, the French got into the potato-loving game, which helped more widely popularize the tuber. And all this thanks to a French army medical officer named Antoine Augustin Parmentier, who very famously championed the potato throughout France and parts of Europe. At this time, the French had previously used potatoes primarily for hog feed and seemingly rarely ate them themselves, as noted due to concerns over diseases. In fact, in 1748, the French Parliament even banned cultivation of potatoes as they were convinced that potatoes caused leprosy. They didn't. However, while a prisoner in Prussia during the 7 Years' War, Parmentier was forced to cultivate and eat potatoes and found the French notions about the potato just weren't true. Thus, when he came back to France, he began championing the potato as a potential major food source, and in 1772 helped to get the Paris Faculty of Medicine to proclaim that potatoes were edible for humans, though Parmentier still encountered significant resistance and wasn't even allowed to grow potatoes in his garden at the Invalids Hospital, where he worked as a pharmacist. Parmentier then began a more aggressive campaign to promote the potato in France, hosting dinners featuring potatoes with such notable dignitaries as Benjamin Franklin, Antoine Lavoisier, King Louis XVI, and Queen Marie Antoinette, who incidentally has gotten a bad rap from history mostly just because the victors write the popular history. You can see our video on the subject and her tragic life and death for more on that. In any event, Parmentier would also hire armed guards to surround his potato patch to try and convince people what was in the patch was very valuable. He would then tell the guards to accept any bribes they were offered by people and let them steal the potatoes. In the end, though, necessity is the mother of all advancement, and it took a famine in 1785 for the potato to become widely popular in France. Within a decade after this, the plant was being grown on a massive scale in the country, including at the Royal Gardens at Tuileries, where the gardens were converted into potato fields for a time. And this finally brings us to the perfected form of the potato, the French fry. It was during this span of time that the French either invented or learned to make so-called French fries, with these rapidly becoming popular across the country, even commonly sold by pushcart vendors on the streets of Paris under the name frites. Now, it should be noted that this all happened in the late 18th century, which was as much as 100 years after some claim the Belgians were supposedly already making so-called French fries. But by other arguments, this all happened around the same time for both the French and the Belgians, and it really isn't totally clear from hard evidence what the truth is here. Some accounts indicate that the Belgians were possibly frying up thin strips of potatoes as early as the late 17th century in the Meuse Valley between Dinant and Liège in Belgium, though again better documented evidence wasn't until the late 18th century. How it is speculated they came up with this idea was that in this area it was very common for people to fry up small fish as a staple for their meals. However, when the rivers froze up thick enough, it tended to make it somewhat difficult to get at the fish. So instead of frying up fish in these times, they would cut up potatoes in long, thin slices and fry them as they did the fish. Giving some credence to this story is that the Spanish controlled much of what is now modern-day Belgium at the time the Spanish introduced the potato to Europe. So, at least the Belgians probably were among the first to have a crack at the potato in terms of thinking up ways to prepare food from potatoes. Going back to French fries and who actually invented them, it should also be noted that shortly before the potato became popular in France, the Franco-Austrian War was going on, much of which took place around modern-day Belgium. So, it's possible that the French soldiers were introduced to fries by the Belgians at this time, and a couple of decades later, when the potato became popular in France, these former soldiers then introduced the preparation method to the rest of France. Or it's possible the French came up with the idea on their own and spread them to Belgium around the same time, or that both came up with the idea independently. It, after all, is not rocket surgery to think to dice up potatoes in various ways and then fry them. Whatever the case, it was the French who seemed to be the ones that spread fries to their vastly superior, in all ways, neighbours in Britain, and in turn to Britain's brother from another mother, the United States. Noteworthy here, in 1802, Thomas Jefferson had the White House chef, Frenchman Honore Julian, prepare potatoes served in the French manner for a dinner party. He described these as potatoes deep-fried while raw in small cuttings. This is one of the earliest references to fried potato strips being referred to as French. Going back to the worldwide spread of popularity of the so-called French fry, it was, in turn, the Americans, through fast food chains, that eventually popularly introduced them to the rest of the non-European world under the name French fries. Ironically, because of this latter spread by American fast food chains, in many parts of the non-European world, French fries are sometimes called American fries because, well, apparently American. Yeah. Creating perfection, inventing the McDonald's French fry. And this all now brings us to the McDonald's fries, which were seemingly kind of accidentally made extra delicious thanks to a supplier issue combined with a need for longer lasting oil. On this one, the McDonald's brothers got their first taste of the restaurant industry via their dad, who sadly was not named Ronald, but instead was named Patrick. Senior McDonald started a hamburger and hot dog stand called the Airdrome in 1937 in Monrovia, California, and in doing so indirectly changed the fast food world forever. After gaining some experience and money with this, his sons Richard and Maurice McDonald then branched out on their own, making a classic drive-in style barbecue restaurants in San Bernardino that did quite Well, eventually they got to thinking how they could improve the restaurant, with the pair noting that they were inspired particularly by Henry Ford's assembly line process. Thus, they began brainstorming how to streamline several aspects of their restaurant system to be vastly more efficient in pretty much every possible way that a restaurant can be, including creating an assembly line process of food preparation and getting rid of waiters. In all of this, helping to significantly decrease prices and time from order to getting your food, and helping to give birth to the more modern incarnation of the fast food restaurant experience that we all know today. And so it was that after shutting down their restaurant for a few months to retool and train their staff in 1948, they launched this version of their establishment and what they called their speedy service system, with one of their staple products being their salted, phallic-shaped potato innards. While today using French fries as a staple product in a restaurant geared towards serving customers more or less immediately upon order is par for the course, at the time it was not, given that French fries are actually a pretty labor and time-intensive creation from start to finish, needing at minimum to peel the potatoes, dice them appropriately, rinse off excess starch, and then dry them, and then after all that, finally spend some time frying them up. And heaven forbid they get cold, as cold fries are generally not very awesome. Or heaven forbid you slice and dice them too early, and then they have the tendency to discolor rapidly. Further, at this point, all of this was more or less done by hand on site. As such, many similar burger places of the era who were trying to focus on speed but didn't have the McDonald's brothers assembly line process would go with the French fries' rather attractive cousin, the potato chip. But as noted, the McDonald's brothers wanted to go with French fries instead. So how did they come up with their iconic fry, and who all was involved? Well, prepare to get a little extra hungry, dear viewers. To start, as to one of the secrets of their extra delicious taste in making their fries, beyond at the time taking advantage of the San Bernardino desert air to dry the product outside for later extra crispiness, critically, they purchased their frying oil from a small company called Interstate Foods. At the time, for various reasons, including extended shelf life, partially hydrogenated vegetable oil was typically used for making French fries. However, Interstate Foods did not have the needed equipment to hydrogenate the oil. So, instead, they used a blend of 7% vegetable oil and 93% beef tallow in order to get more or less the same shelf life without hydrogenating the oil, with the specific blend used by McDonald's eventually being dubbed Formula 47 in homage to the fact that it cost 47 cents, about $6 today, for a burger, fries, and shake at McDonald's at the time. Whether the McDonald's brothers chose this company's oil intentionally because of this and the flavor it imparted in their fries, or just because it was cheap and reliable, isn't clear. Though, presumably, given how much thought they were putting into everything else, they must have tried out different offerings and compared taste. But whatever the case, the result of this gave them the basis for what is today the most popular potato stick on the planet, with the beef tallow flavor being key to all of this, even today when they've moved away from using beef tallow for paste palmy reasons that we'll get into shortly. Beyond this slightly unique oil to fry it in and the process of drying out the potatoes a specific amount of time for extra crispiness, at this stage of the McDonald's fry evolution, there wasn't anything else really special that McDonald's did other than salting. This is in contrast to today, where the process is a bit more complex, as we'll get into shortly. But their fries were a huge hit, not just with customers, but ultimately they were also one of the huge selling points of the company to none other than Ray Kroc when he encountered McDonald's and then did his thing to help turn it into the largest restaurant chain in the world. Although, as a brief aside, contrary to popular belief, the brothers had already begun the process of expansion, with, by the time Kroc encountered them, the pair having sold 21 franchises, though franchising their process rather than the brands, but they were also operating 9 outlets at the time. But going back to Kroc, he would later state of the McDonald's brothers' French fry, quote, "They lavished attention on it. I didn't know it then, but one day I would too. The French fry would become almost sacrosanct for me, its preparation a ritual to be followed religiously." He also stated, "One of my suppliers told me, Ray, you know you aren't in the hamburger business at all, you're in the French fry business. I don't know how the living hell you do it, but you've got the best French fries in town, and that's what's selling folks on your place." And speaking of Ray Kroc and the more modern incarnation of the McDonald's French fry, an issue quickly arose as the company began to rapidly expand. As McDonald's spokeswoman Lisa McComb recounts in the early 1960s, quote, "We had 175 different local produce suppliers around the country providing potatoes for French fries. So Ray Kroc was looking to solve this inconsistency problem. He wanted the fries to have a certain taste, color, and texture. Kroc even began making suppliers use hydrometers to make sure the moisture content of the potatoes he was purchasing was consistent across suppliers, something that can vary in potatoes depending on where and when they're grown and how they're stored. There was also the issue that for a few months in the summer, their preferred russet potato wasn't readily available in the quantities that they needed. And this is where McDonald's franchise owner Edwin Treisman enters the picture. He'd previously worked as a food researcher on products such as Cheese Whiz, individually packaged cheese slices, as well as being involved in the development of instant pudding, among other food products. Treisman had left the world of food development after walking into a McDonald's one day and asking a worker sweeping the floor how he could go about opening a franchise location. Funnily enough, the worker he asked was apparently none other than Ray Kroc himself, according to Treisman's wife. Speaking of Treisman's wife, Dorothy, as a quick aside here, when he opened his franchise, Treisman also pioneered hiring women in McDonald's franchises, something that sounds silly today, but at the time was against the rules, and according to Dorothy, quote, almost caused him to lose the franchise. It was quite innovative. The past. Fast forwarding to their fry supply problem, knowing Treisman's background, Kroc tasked him, along with food scientist Ken Strong, to figure out a way to freeze fresh cut potatoes so that when later cooked, they'd be indistinguishable from non-frozen fries. The aforementioned McDonald's spokeswoman, Lisa McComb, states of this, Ed determined that the amount of moisture in the potato before it was frozen was key to its flavor and firmness, and he created a process of reducing moisture in the potato prior to freezing. Strong improved on this via developing the quick fry and blanching system before freezing, and the general process for making McDonald's fries as they are today was patented and put in place. Of course, this only solved part of the puzzle. The expansion still required an insane amount of potatoes and consistency in the base potato product. On this one, enter J.R. Simplot. At the age of 14 in 1923, Simplot got in an argument with his dear old pappy and then dropped out of school and moved out. From here, his life pretty much resembled the parable of the mouse who fell into a bucket of cream and just never stopped struggling to climb out, eventually managing to churn the cream into butter, at which point he walked out. Simplot's own journey towards becoming a billionaire started with just $20, about $350 today, money his mother had given him when he left home. Now, him being just 14 years old and this being shortly before the Great Depression, you might think the young Simplot was about to have a very bad time, but you'd be wrong. First, beyond renting a room for $1 a night, he used most of the rest of the money to purchase interest-bearing scripts from local teachers who were paid this way and wanted to convert their scripts to cash quickly. Shortly thereafter, he managed to sell the scripts for a profit and then rinsed and repeated this until he earned enough money to buy a rifle and some piglets, the latter being especially cheap because of a downturn in the market at the time. He then used the rifle to shoot wild horses, which he sold the hides of, then mixed their remains and potatoes together to feed the pigs, cooking the slop for them on fires made of sagebrush that he had collected. By the time the pigs were grown, the market had recovered somewhat, and he sold them for a pretty massive profit. He then used the money from that venture to buy a small potato farm, and then he kept rinsing and repeating and expanding, and a mere 10 years after buying that first potato farm, he was the largest supplier of potatoes in the entire western half of the United States, and soon to be one of the major suppliers of the US Army during World War II. Along the way, he also expanded out to other related businesses that benefited the farming, making much of what his company needed, from fertilizer to animal feed to lumber to oil, as well as starting some random companies like running several ski resorts. Later, he even invested $1 million into a small company a couple of engineers in Idaho had dreamed up, the result of that investment being Micron Technology, currently worth about $100 billion. Now, we'll save Simplot's full fascinating story to rise to be one of the richest people in the world for another day, but going back to his potato ventures and McDonald's French fry issues as they expanded, Simplot was there to save the day, not only in the volume of potatoes he could supply, but in his ability to do it year-round, partially thanks to a freezing process his own company had come up with about a decade before at the behest of one of his employees, Ray Dunlap. Simplot had initially resisted the idea of freezing potatoes, noting, quote, "You freeze spuds and they will go to mush." But others such as Olof Persson have very recently cracked the problem and invented the frozen French fry. So Simplot went ahead and provided Dunlap with a specialized large freezer unit anyway, and a bit of work and experimentation later, Simplot was sampling French fries made from Dunlap's frozen product and noted after tasting them, "My God, good product." He initially tried to market the frozen French fry for home consumers in 1953, but it didn't really catch on at this point. Needless to say, with about a decade of experience in freezing French fries and being one of the largest growers of potatoes in the world, McDonald's and Simplot couldn't help but get into bed with one another. And that's exactly what they did, metaphorically speaking, after a handshake agreement in the mid-1960s between Simplot and Kroc, with Simplot even promising to build an entire factory to start mass-producing the frozen fries for McDonald's using Treisman and Strong's patented process. This, all combined, allowed for an extremely consistent product year-round and to all locations, while also cutting down on the work and time needed at the actual restaurants to make the fries, no longer needing them to be hand-cut on location. While McDonald's has many other French fry suppliers, including Bill Gates, as we'll get into in the bonus facts, to this day, Simplot is still one of their largest. But the story of inventing the modern McDonald's French fry doesn't end here. The next stage of the evolution of these golden sticks of goodness came about not from scaling and consistency issues, but rather because of an unrelated heart attack, which resulted in McDonald's having to fundamentally alter their fry making in a way that, ironically, likely increased the risk of heart attacks. In this one, enter self-made millionaire Phil Sokolov, who was quite displeased about the heart attack he had at 43 in 1966 and ultimately formed the National Heart Savers Association, who eventually squarely targeted McDonald's and their burgers and beef tallow fries as a major culprit for heart disease, including Sokolov spending over $15 million, about $60 million today, campaigning against McDonald's and other restaurants about this to get them to lower the cholesterol in their foods. On the targeting McDonald's side, this included one such full-page ad he took out in the New York Times in 1990 proclaiming, "McDonald's, your hamburgers have too much fat." And for shame, Mr. Sokolov, it's not the burger's fault they are fat. In any event, moving on to fries, in the summer of 1990, Sokolov squared off with McDonald's Vice President Dick Starman on Good Morning America, stating they just took chicken skin out of their Chicken McNugget 3 weeks ago. Tell them about Egg McMuffins. Tell them about your beef tallow in your French fries. A couple of months later, McDonald's decided to remove their beef tallow and replace it with partially hydrogenated vegetable oil instead, which, as everybody knows, totally reduces heart disease. Nothing like trans fats to, I guess, lube up those arteries. Of course, beyond the health issues with trans fats that people weren't super aware of at the time, the other issue with the switch in oils was that the fries then wouldn't taste like McDonald's fries anymore. This is something oft lamented by many people who claim the original beef tallow version was markedly different and superior. Although it is difficult to say if people are just being nostalgic here. That said, for what it's worth, shortly after the switch, in an interview in 1995, none other than Julia Child noted of the change, the French fries were very good, and then the nutritionists got to them, and it turned out to be erroneous that the beef tallow fat was bad, and lard was bad, and so forth, and so they changed it to some type of nutritionist oil, and they've been kind of limp ever since, and I never really eat them, which is too bad. I'm always very strong about criticizing them, hoping they'll maybe change back. Whatever the case here, today the making of the so-called third edition of McDonald's fries has never been more well known, thanks to McDonald's themselves getting slightly annoyed with all the rumors that their fries aren't made from mutilating innocent potatoes that were otherwise minding their own business, but rather formed from potato paste. Thus, McDonald's in recent years released various articles and videos demonstrating at a high level their fry making process and ingredients. First, once the issue with trans fats became well known, McDonald's made a slight change to the vegetable oil used to get rid of virtually all the trans fats back around in 2007. But beyond this, otherwise, nothing much has seemingly changed from version 2 of the fry, although noteworthy is that there was a slight variance from country to country on exact ingredients. But in general, the complete list of ingredients in the final products includes potatoes, canola and soybean oil made from bodily fluids and other murdered living beings, hydrogenated versions of that soybean blood, corn oil because big corn had to get their hands into everything, hydrolyzed wheat because wheat and its desire to live, that's why, citric acid, dimethylpolysiloxane, dextrose, sodium acid pyrophosphate, hydrolyzed milk because we can't let vegans have nice things, delicious life-giving salt, tert butyrhydroquinone, which is and the most important and mysterious ingredient of all, natural flavor. Well, we'll get into what that is in just a bit. Now, while you might think that's an awful lot of ingredients for a French fry, despite their intimidating names, most of these additives are simply meant to ensure the stringent location-to-location uniformity of McDonald's food. For example, dextrose gives the fries their distinctive golden brown color. Sodium acid pyrophosphate prevents discoloration during freezing. Citric acid and tert butyrhydroquinone prevent the fries from oxidizing and turning gray, and dimethylpolysiloxane isn't just there to get me to stumble over this sentence, but also used as an anti-foaming agent that prevents the frying oil from splattering. But while these ingredients may raise some eyebrows, none have generated as much controversy as the last item on that list, natural flavor. And the source of this controversy? Well, we'll get into that in the next section. But going back to explicitly how the McDonald's fries are made, no potato paste is required. And in fact, McDonald's states they don't even use GMO potatoes, opting for mostly non-GMO Shepherdie Pentland Dell and varieties of russet for their glorious golden sticks of goodness. So starting with the potato, beyond using a rather sophisticated automatic defect removal equipment to get rid of any potatoes and fries that aren't sexy enough, they are then put through a steam peeler. They are then subjected to a high-pressure water spray about 65 miles per hour. After this, they are blanched and dipped into dextrose and sodium pyrophosphate, with again the ends of making sure that the potatoes don't turn an appetizing grey colour. McDonald's also states that the blanching, besides imparting an extra bit of sadistic torture for our innocent potato friends, helps soften their innards for better texture when mashed in our food holes. From here, the strips are then dried, and then the beef flavouring and other such of the aforementioned ingredients are added when the potatoes are dipped in insanely hot oil for approximately 1 minute pre-fry. At this point, the fried potatoes are then frozen while travelling along a 50-metre track running through a freezing tunnel. From here, they're packaged and sent to restaurants the world over. Once at the restaurant, they're fried up in the same special blend of vegetable oil and beef flavouring again, they're salted, served, and shortly thereafter, they're eaten by you. It should at this point be noted that the type of oil used to fry McDonald's fries has not been the only major controversy surrounding them. Many people also have had a beef with them because of the beef, it turns out. And while you might be tempted to think McDonald's switching away from beef tallow would solve any such beef with the beef, it turns out the opposite happens, and it's got nothing to do with flavour or health. Literal riots ensued. While as noted, intended as a means of improving the healthiness of the McDonald's, riots ensued. While as noted, it's nothing to do with flavour or health. Literal riots ensued. While as noted, intended as a means of improving the healthiness of the McDonald's menu, the switch from delicious beef tallow to beef eaten by you. It should at this point be noted that the type of oil used to fry McDonald's fries has not been the only major controversy surrounding them. Many people also have had a beef with them because of the beef, it turns out. And while you might be tempted to think McDonald's switching away from beef tallow would solve any such beef with the beef, it turns out the opposite happens, and it's got nothing to do with flavour or health. Literal riots ensued. While as noted, intended as a means of improving the healthiness of the McDonald's menu, the switch from delicious beef tallow to vegetable oil convinced many that the chain's fries were now vegetarian. This attracted a whole new demographic of customers who had previously shied away from the chain because of their preference for plant instead of animal murder. But now, for them, McDonald's was back on the menu. But then on April the 9th, 2001, an article by V.G. St. Andrem appeared in the newspaper India West titled, "Where's the Beef? It's in your French fries." In the article, he tells the story of Anand Kulkarni and Hitesh Shah, software engineers from Los Angeles who regularly ate at McDonald's. Kulkarni was a devout Hindu and thus forbidden from eating beef, while Shah was a follower of the Jain Dharma, a Hindu sect that opposes all forms of killing. So extreme is this aversion that certain extreme devout Jains refuse to wash any part of their bodies except their hands to avoid killing bacteria, and sometimes carefully sweep the sidewalk before them with a broom so as not to step on any insects. Due to their religious beliefs, the men's typical McDonald's order consisted of a veggie burger, a soda, and an order of fries, all of which were vegetarian. Or so they thought. But then Shah read an article revealing that the supposedly vegetarian fries actually contained beef, hidden behind the innocuous ingredient label, natural flavour. Enraged at being deceived into violating his religious beliefs, Shah called McDonald's customer service and demanded to know whether the fries contained beef, and if so, why this was not listed as an ingredient. The McDonald's representative, Megan McGee, replied that the fries did indeed contain a minuscule amount of beef flavouring, but this was not listed because FDA regulations did not require the ingredients of natural flavourings to be broken down. Sundaram's article set off a storm of controversy, especially in India, where 84% of the population is Hindu. Violent protests erupted across the country, with protesters smashing windows and smearing statues of Ronald McDonald with cow dung, while nationalist politicians like Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee called for the immediate shutdown of McDonald's 27 Indian locations. Of the scandal, Shankar Gankar of the ultranationalist Bajrang Dal party stated, quote, "They have betrayed the faith of millions of our countrymen by serving food cooked in beef fat. It is unpardonable. If they don't close the outlets with immediate effect, we will be forced to take extreme steps." Meanwhile, in early May, Harish Bhatia, a Hindu lawyer from Seattle, launched a class action lawsuit against McDonald's, quipping that, quote, "They say billions and billions served, I say billions and billions deceived." The suit was filed on behalf of law students from George Washington University, fellow concerned Hindus, and secular vegetarian advocacy groups like the Vegetarian Legal Action Network. This group, which represents nearly 15 million vegetarians across the United States, had previously petitioned McDonald's to fully disclose its products' ingredients, but to no avail. As James Pizzarusso, the VLAN's founder, stated, corporate America needs to pay attention to consumers who avoid certain food products for religious or health reasons or because they have allergies. They say they are complying with the law in terms of disclosing their ingredients, but they should go beyond the law. Meanwhile, the Hindu case against McDonald's was passionately stated by Bree Sharma, a Seattle electrical engineer and one of the defendants named in the class action suit. To quote him, "I feel sick in the morning every day, like I want to vomit. Now it is always there in my mind that I have done this sin." Barthi and his clients were soon joined by 6 Hindus from British Columbia, Canada, including Harjinder Kainth, who claims that a McDonald's employee assured him that the restaurant's fries were indeed vegetarian. A second lawsuit against McDonald's Canada was filed later that month. In response, McDonald's Canada denied ever claiming that its fries were vegetarian, stating, "In fact, at McDonald's Canada, we have always prepared our French fries in a blend of beef and vegetable oil." Furthermore, this information has always been readily available to our Canadian customers through our Food Facts brochure. The lawsuit filed in British Columbia is totally misguided and based on completely unfounded and incorrect information. Furthermore, the parent company revealed that while beef flavoring was included in fries prepared in North America, these ingredients were omitted in markets like India with religious or moral restrictions against eating beef and other meat products. So yes, as ever, humans, as part of the pre-writing checklist, first make sure that what you're actually getting upset about is reality instead of just something someone said or only exists in your head. Nonetheless, back in America, they were using the beef flavoring, and so it was in June of 2002, McDonald's agreed to pay out a $10 million, about $17 million today settlement, with, we can only presume, the vast majority of this going to their lawyers, as in most class action lawsuits, and then McDonald's issued the following official apology. Quote, "We regret none of you bothered to look up the very publicly available and well-known ingredients to our product before eating it, and are now holding us responsible for your own choices, as well as acting like children about it." Or rather, we can assume that's what they wanted to say. Rather, they instead much more wisely stated, "We regret we did not provide these customers with complete information, and we sincerely apologize for any hardship that these miscommunications have caused. We should have done a better job in these areas, and we're committed to doing a better job in the future." End quote. But what about this beef flavoring? Does it actually even contain beef at all? Well, it depends on how you define beef. The natural flavoring used in McDonald's fries is made by hydrolyzing beef proteins into their constituent amino acids and adding various sugars and citric acid, producing a rich, meaty, umami flavor. Whether or not this actually counts as beef is thus a matter of semantic and religious interpretation. Such ambiguity is common in the field of food science. For example, the molecule which gives bananas their distinctive flavor is called isoamyl acetate. According to FDA rules, if this molecule is extracted from actual bananas, then food manufacturers are allowed to refer to it as natural flavoring. If, however, it's synthesized from other chemicals, it must be labeled as artificial flavoring, even though in both cases the molecule is quite literally exactly the same. Thus, some still consider McDonald's fries vegetarian. However, as alluded to, one thing they are definitely not is vegan, owing to the hydrolyzed milk, thereby denying vegans not only the deliciousness of this product, but also the ability in this case to take part in their favorite pastime, plant murder. The debacle over beef in the fries would not be the last time McDonald's faced the wrath of Indian Hindus. In August 2019, McDonald's India announced on Twitter that all its restaurants were now certified halal, the code of animal slaughter and food preparation followed by devout Muslims. Once again, a violent protest erupted, with protesters inflicting more than $60,000 in damage against McDonald's property. Activists complained that the move alienated the country's Hindu majority, and that McDonald's should also offer meat prepared according to Jakta, a Hindu slaughtering method that involves beheading an animal in one stroke. As Vishnu Gupta, president of the Hindu Sena Party, stated, McDonald's can't force halal meat on a vast section of Hindus who eat Jakta. Their sensitivities can't be ignored. If McDonald's can keep in consideration the sensitivities of a particular group, why is it ignoring the others? If McDonald's doesn't change its policy and starts serving both halal and Jakta in its outlets across India, soon our men will protest against the food chain on streets. However, according to critics like Shabam Hashmi, these protests had less to do with McDonald's itself and more to do with Islamophobia and Hindu nationalism, with the restaurant chain serving, as ever, as a lightning rod and convenient scapegoat for pre-existing tensions. To quote, "It is an absolutely Islamophobic atmosphere which is existing in India now, and each and every occasion is used by right-wing Hindus to attack Muslims. It's the extreme right asserting themselves to convert India into a Hindu nation." End quote. But such controversies are part and parcel of being a giant multinational corporation. McDonald's, as seemingly ever, continues to weather the various storms and serve burgers, shakes, and its delicious potato sticks to billions of customers around the globe, many of whom often mock the chain as equivalent to the lowest of lower food options, and yet for some reason keep eating there anyway. And by for some reason, we all know it's because of the fries. Bonus fact. So going back to the murder part of the beef, while rioting and vandalizing restaurants over beef flavoring and fries may seem like an extreme reaction, fears of beef contamination once triggered a nationwide uprising in India. From the mid-1700s onward, the British East India Company, and later the British colonial government, recruited large numbers of native Indian troops known as sepoys to police their colonial holdings. Over the next century, resentment of British colonial rule steadily grew among the Indian population, fueled by punitive taxes, unfair economic policies, and a massive number of other abuses because the past was the worst. This simmering tension finally came to a boil in May 1857, triggered by, of all things, the issuing of a new pattern of rifle to the sepoys. Like previous smoothbore muskets, the pattern 1853 Enfield rifle was loaded from the muzzle using a paper cartridge consisting of a bullet and gunpowder charge wrapped in a paper cylinder. To load the rifle, a soldier tore the cartridge open with his teeth, poured the powder down the barrel, crumpled the paper around the bullet, and rammed both down the barrel with a ramrod. Unfortunately, to help it slide down the barrel, the bullet for the 1853 Enfield was greased with a mixture of beef and pork tallow, meaning that soldiers risked ingesting this grease every time they loaded the rifle. This was abhorrent to Hindu and Muslim troops alike and proved the last straw for the disgruntled sepoys. On March the 29th, 1857, sepoys at Barrackpore near Calcutta rose up against their British officers, sparking a rebellion that quickly spread across the subcontinent. What followed was a brutal year-and-a-half-long conflict that resulted in the deaths of 6,000 British and an astonishing 800,000 Indian troops and civilians, the dissolution of the East India Company, and the consolidation of British colonial rule in India. British reprisals against the rebellious sepoys were infamously brutal, with thousands being hanged or even strapped to the mouths of cannons and blown apart. While generally referred to in the West as the Sepoy Mutiny, Indian Mutiny, or Indian Rebellion, the events of 1857 to 1858 are known in India as the First War of Independence and proved a watershed moment in British-Indian relations and the first in a long line of rebellious acts that eventually resulted in India winning her independence less than a century later. Moving on to a much lighter bonus fact, a little-known fact about Bill Gates is that he owns nearly 300,000 acres of farmland across the United States, no doubt putting mind-control microchips in the food he produces, so he all continues to use Windows. When he's not doing that, he's selling massive amounts of potatoes to McDonald's to help them meet the demand for their fries. Another fun Bill Gates McDonald's fact is that, according to Warren Buffett, his good friend Mr. Gates holds the coveted McDonald's Gold Card, entitling him to free food forever from the fast food chain, because if there's one thing Bill Gates needs to keep on keeping on, it's discount food. Finally, if you've ever wondered why there is often a second capital letter in surnames starting with Mac or Mook, this is because Mac and Mook are prefixes that mean son of. Early inconsistencies in records are what led to having both Mook and Mac prefixes. Mook is simply an abbreviation of Mac, and both can actually be abbreviated further to the much less common M. So someone with the last name McDonald is sort of like someone with the last name Johnson, likely each had an ancestor with the name of Donald or John respectively. From this, you can probably see why Mook and Mac names typically contain a second capital letter. Since proper nouns are capitalized, you would write son of Donald, capital D, not son of Donald, lowercase d. In the same way, you'd usually write MacDonald rather than MacDonald with a lowercase d, but there are obviously exceptions. Surnames have been around so long that sometimes they get changed, and in some families the second capital letter was gotten rid of. There was also a prefix of daughter of, but these mostly fell out of favour. The daughter prefix was Nook, short for the Gaelic Nyan Mink. Surnames for women like McDonald were fairly popular in the 17th and 18th centuries, but after that time there were only a few secluded mentions of them. To a lesser extent, Vuk was used to denote grandson of, so that when a person would have two surnames like John MacDonald Vicmaster, for John being the son of Donald, who in turn was the son of a master of some sort, but this tradition was never incredibly popular and is not as prevalent today.
Hello everybody, before we dive into today's video, just wanted to briefly mention today's video is brought to you by the historic city of Quincy, Massachusetts, where I am presently in the Richardson wing of the absolutely gorgeous Thomas Crane Public Library. At various points over the course of the last year, the city of Quincy has teamed up with us to make a series of documentaries on the story of where America's leadership took root. The city is home to the Adams National Historic Park, which preserves the home of Presidents John Adams and John Quincy Adams, two of America's founding fathers, and both of whom were pivotal to an insane number of elements of the United States' rise and development, as well as were a part of some rather interesting and oft-forgotten stories along the way, such as that time Ben Franklin and John Adams slept together and the hilarity that ensued, which I promise you is one of the most interesting videos we have on this channel, as well as the true story of the Amistad, covering the harrowing tale of the individuals who mutinied aboard that slaver vessel, as well as their fight for freedom from then all the way to the Supreme Court after, with none other than former US President John Quincy Adams defending them there. In Quincy, you can explore the birthplace of these iconic individuals and walk the same halls that they once did, immersing yourself in the beginnings of the United States. But Quincy isn't all about the past. It's a city that beautifully blends history and present-day adventures and experiences, from the iconic USS Salem to the stunning views of the Blue Hills and architectural elegance of the old City Hall and this very Thomas Crane Library. There's something here for everyone, and let's not forget the Epicurean delight that is Quincy's food scene with an array of global and local flavors. It's a culinary journey that you can't miss. To discover more about what Quincy has in store for you, check out discoverquincy.com. It's time to step into history and create some unforgettable memories. Now let's get into today's video. While modern humans have existed for at least a few 100,000 years, we didn't really start massively progressing from our earliest ancestors until we began forming large and very complex societies after transitioning away from small hunter-gatherer groups for a variety of reasons. Critical to all of this being able to happen was creating sets of rules which members of each society agreed to live by. As John Wick's Winston Scott so sagely stated, "Rules. Without them, we live with the animals." While what specific laws these earliest agricultural societies functioned under has been largely lost to history, outside of things we can infer from archaeological evidence, over the ensuing 10,000 years or so, humans have had a lot of ideas on what the best way for societies to function are, and what sets of fundamental principles and laws to implement to get there. Perhaps not coincidentally, our biggest leaps in recent centuries came on the back of a major shift in such societal rules and government structure in many prominent nations. Not only away from a system of hereditary elite who everyone and the system is meant to serve on some level, but also to systems where those who would abuse such power when given it are kept in check as much as possible, and in theory, those placed in power also are meant to serve the system and those very people who put them there, not wholly the other way around. Of course, any system is rife for abuse, and, for example, the Soviet Union had just such a system set up, which included in their latter two constitutions giving its citizens the right of freedom of speech, the press, religion, and the right to assemble peacefully. In reality, however, if citizens used these constitutionally guaranteed freedoms in a way the authorities didn't like, being imprisoned or even executed for it was a thing. Thus, even in a clearly defined system, if safeguards aren't put in place to ensure these principles are enforced regardless of who is holding the positions of power, then the paper they are written on would perhaps more usefully be used to wipe one's backside after doing their necessaries. Further, mobs are relatively easily swayed by exploiting facets of human psychology built into all of us. At all levels, while many may strive to be the ideal human and version of ourselves, we are all still human, subject to the same weaknesses, biases, and prejudices as those who came before us for tens of thousands of years. And even the most intelligent of us can be manipulated in various ways relatively easily, whether we like to admit it to ourselves or not. Thus, how an ideal society and government may function in theory and one that can actually function well in the real world are two very different things, let alone forming a structure of government and laws that stands the test of time and provides some level of stability across many generations, with, unsurprisingly, the vast majority of constitutions going the way of the dodo within a decade or two of their establishment. Unsurprisingly, from all of this, forming effective and stable governments is extremely difficult, and I don't think anyone would argue any government that exists today has yet reached the ultimate ideal for all. As the father of the U.S. Constitution, James Madison, would sum up, no government of human device and human administration can be perfect. Thus, that which is the least imperfect is therefore the best. But in the last several hundred years, we humans have come a long way in this regard, and perhaps not coincidentally, much like our progress starting 10,000 years ago or so through to relatively modern times made our progress the previous few 100,000 years seem glacial, in the last few hundred years, humanity has advanced to a level in that time span that makes our progress the previous 10,000 years seem at a snail's pace. While countless things went into that, at its core, many of these factors derive and were the indirect product of these more modern structures for civilization that allow extra freedoms, education, and relative stability for its populaces to prosper on an individual level. And indeed, areas of the world where such relative stability hasn't been a thing generally haven't seen the same level of advancements. This all brings us to the topic of today, the oldest still functioning codified constitution, which not only was the culmination of all the ideas humans have come up with over the last several thousand years on government, but also just so happened to massively influence a more well-known constitution that would be drafted only a few years later in the United States Constitution, which also has withstood the test of time to date, and for a while was one of the most influential constitutions in the world, only relatively recently being usurped there, as we'll get into later. And while the author of this former constitution rarely gets any credit whatsoever when speaking of those who drafted the US Constitution, in fact, he was arguably one of the chief architects of the US Constitution, despite not directly being involved at all in fascinating, mostly forgotten ways. So what was this earlier constitution that is the oldest still functioning today? Who was the man, and what were his ideas that have been proven so extremely effective and resilient since? First, as a point of clarity on what constitutes the oldest still functioning constitution, there are elements of uncodified or partially unwritten constitutions much older that still function today, with the most prominent example being the UK, where there is no real single defining constitution, but rather a system that has developed over time which is continually evolving by rulings of the courts and acts of parliament. Some elements from that system are older than what is generally considered the world's oldest still functioning constitution, but the whole is not, thus why it's generally not given the top spot. Similarly, it's sometimes claimed that the Constitution of San Marino is the oldest still functioning constitution because it was enacted in 1600. Except this also doesn't quite tell the whole story, as it is also, similar to the UK, uncodified, with simply some of the documents comprising their constitution still active from then, in this case 6 works helping to define their present uncodified system. For most of the nations of the world, however, when we say their constitution, we are referring to a single codified document that defines the fundamental principles and laws for which all other laws in the nation are measured against, and which outlines the general structure of the government and how it operates, as well as usually defines the basic rights of the citizens within that nation. So, moving on to codified constitutions, the honor of the oldest that is still functioning today is often given to the United States Constitution, which was also the constitution that really popularized the idea of a codified constitution in the first place, along with many other staples of constitutions now quite normal worldwide. But as alluded to, this isn't quite accurate either. There was one that came before that is still running smoothly to this day, the Massachusetts State Constitution, written in late 1779, almost wholly by one man, John Adams, who was, at the time, attempting to take facets of all the best ideas man had ever had on government and very carefully trying to apply them to a system that would function in the real world. Not a perfect system, because the world and humans are imperfect, but that would attempt to balance everything to create something extremely functional and to the benefit of the society and individuals in it that operated under it. In authoring the Massachusetts Constitution, and one other work we'll get to, he not only helped define the US Constitution, but so many others after that were based on it. What's even more remarkable about all of this is that, as previously alluded to, the average constitution lasts only about a decade. And indeed, discussing this fact, Thomas Jefferson noted in a letter to James Madison that he felt that these brief lifespans were a good thing, writing, "Every constitution then and every law naturally expires at the end of 19 years. If it be enforced longer, it is an act of force and not of right." As to why, he stated, "The earth belongs always to the living generation. They may manage it then and what proceeds from it as they please. They are masters too of their own persons and consequently may govern them as they please." And funny enough, a figure often thrown about is that the average life of a given codified constitution is only about 17 to 19 years. Although it should be noted, this isn't quite telling the whole story, as a large number of constitutions don't make it even a year, about 10%, and there are also a great number that don't make it 10 years, all driving down that number. Nonetheless, a codified constitution that lasts for centuries, largely unchanged, is exceptionally rare. So what made John Adams' work and ideas on government so special that they have endured for nearly 2.5 centuries, largely unchanged? Well, let's dive into it, shall we? As we previously discussed in our video, that time Ben Franklin and John Adams slept together and the hilarity that ensued, in the late 18th century, John Adams found himself rather discontented and shunted to the side in France, where he'd been sent to help convince the French to support the traitors to king and country in the British American colonies. Unfortunately, his rigid morals and somewhat abrasive, hard-nosed personality simply did not fit with the French courts. In contrast, his partner in all of this at the time, in Ben Franklin, would seemingly do absolutely nothing but carouse with women who wanted to meet one of the most famous men in the world in himself, noting, "The French ladies have, however, 1,000 other ways of rendering themselves agreeable by their various attentions and civilities and their sensible conversation. 'Tis a delightful people to live with." When he wasn't charming the ladies, he was attending parties to all hours and just having a great time. However, for as much as on the outside it appeared to Adams that Franklin was doing little but leering at women and partying like it's 1799, there was method to Franklin's madness, and in all of this, his influence in French court became extreme, and the nation as a whole, including the elite among them, came to adore Franklin. In fact, upon Franklin's death in 1790, the Constitutional Assembly in revolutionary France declared a 3-day period of mourning in Franklin's honor, and memorial services for Franklin were held across the country. More on all of this and the genuinely fascinating story of this odd couple working together in several critical history-changing instances in our documentary, That Time John Adams and Ben Franklin Slept Together and the Hilarity That Ensued. But for now, suffice it to say, Franklin was getting the job done in France and Adams was not. Seeing this, partially at the suggestion of Adams himself, Franklin was appointed sole minister plenipotentiary to France and Adams reduced to private citizen, temporarily returning home to Massachusetts. While his pride may have been hurt in all of this, his failure in France became a major boon to the United States back home. You see, while Adams may not have been ideal for the partying lifestyle and intrigues of French court, when it came to matters of law and drawing up documents, from treaties to forming the ideal government system, few of his time could match him, which is in large part why, despite, as Adam described himself, being obnoxious, suspected, and unpopular, he was nonetheless respected by his peers to an extreme degree for his brilliance, knowledge, and deep-seated love of his nation and passion to try to help make it the best it could be. Thus, a mere week after Adams' return to the United States, he was chosen as a delegate to help form the new Massachusetts Constitution, and then quickly after this, chosen among over 300 delegates to author the thing itself. Noteworthy here, just before this, a Massachusetts Constitution that had been crafted while Adams was away had been rejected by the voting populace. What's important about this is that in making this Constitution, the legislature had gone against Adams's previous suggestion to them that any such Constitution needed to be drafted and ultimately ratified, or not, by a convention of delegates elected by the people, rather than drafted by the legislature and then voted on by the people. He stated that the people should erect the whole building with their own hands upon the broadest foundation, that this could be done only by conventions of representatives chosen by the people. This notion would also be critical to how the U.S. Constitution was formed, and indeed, why the first version of the Massachusetts Constitution was rejected was in part as a consequence of the flawed process of the legislature drafting the new Constitution. If you guessed because the legislature coming up with the new Constitution would be prone to give the legislature a disproportionate or even total power, you win this round of humans humaning bingo. Thus, after this failure the second time around, they decided to follow Adams's suggestion of a separate body needed, with the delegates selected from the people to represent them in it. In the end, despite 311 other delegates peripherally involved, what Adams ended up writing was largely left as is when it was presented more widely, with only a handful of trivial modifications. For example, ever the realist, the idea that all men are born equal was a notion Adams didn't feel wholly accurate. In his view, all men deserved equal rights, but he felt it was not technically correct to say all men are equal except in the eyes of God. Rather, he thought that some people are superior or inferior to others in character, intelligence, strength, and other such attributes and abilities. Thus, his original version of the Massachusetts Constitution said, all men are born equally free and independent. And if you're wondering, Adams abhorred slavery and very much was including those of African descent in that statement as well. However, the other delegates would modify this, born equally free and independent, to all men are born free and equal. Both sentiments, all men are born equally free and independent, and all men are born free and equal, more or less accomplish the same thing from a practical standpoint, but one of them is slightly less accurate than the other. And both were inaccurate given the present state of things with slavery in Massachusetts. But we'll get to the super interesting part about this shortly. But in any event, this lack of significant changes to what Adams came up with is a feat perhaps unsurpassed in the forming of any other government ever, where everyone wants their say and heated arguments abound. So how did he do it, and what specifically did he come up with? As to the former question, Adams, like his son after him, John Quincy Adams, who is generally considered to have been the U.S. president with the highest ever IQ, had an extremely keen and analytical mind and retained information at a genuine genius level. He had also spent his life obsessively studying both law and the classics in basically every work that could be found on the formation of government, from Aristotle's Constitution of Athens, Politics, and Nicomachean Ethics, to John Locke's 2 treatises of government, to Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws. In all of this, Adams analyzed the pros and cons of different systems and, critically, was well aware of human faults which often get in the way of forming an ideal, real-world governing system. Factoring all of this in, he came up with a system that, while arguably no single element was unique or hadn't been done before somewhere, even borrowing elements from the other colonies' constitutions at the time, the specific ways in which it was all put together was unique, even right down to the way he structured the single document itself in chapters, sections, and articles, instead of more or less just a list of provisions as had been typical before. This was a subtle but very important improvement that was later adopted by the US Constitution and beyond since. But going back to the idea that humans are gonna human, and you've got to account for that, much more significant in his system were the extreme checks and balances on every branch of power. And sometimes, as with the bicameral legislature, even checks within itself. In all, as he so aptly put, attempting to make a government of laws, not of men, and one where the government was designed to promote the well-being of all its citizens, not just those in charge or the elite of society. So this brings us back to the question of what specifically did he come up with then? We'll see if this sounds familiar to you. To begin with, he proposed a 3-branch government comprising the executive branch, a bicameral, 2-house legislature, and a judicial branch, with each branch having a check on the others. For just one example here, unique among the colonies at the time was the existence of a governor elected by the people, not the legislature, and giving that governor veto power as an additional check against the legislature. At the time, in most of the colonies, their constitutions had power largely concentrated in the legislature, who would, in turn, elect their chief executives. But this system could be, and indeed was at the time, being heavily abused in some of the colonies. But with Adams's system, this allowed the people to choose that head honcho who could then check the legislature and, to an extent, the legislature checking that person in turn. Adams first proposed something like this general system in his pamphlet, Thoughts on Government, which heavily influenced several state constitutions, including Virginia, New York, and of course, Massachusetts. A half philosophical and half practical document, it begins, "We ought to consider what is the end of government before we determine which is the best form. Upon this point, all speculative politicians will agree that the happiness of society is the end of government, as all divines and moral philosophers will agree that the happiness of the individual is the end of man. From this principle, it will follow that the form of government which communicates ease, comfort, security, or in one word, happiness to the greatest number of persons and in the greatest degree is the best." He then goes on in great detail outlining how to create a system where all the necessary powers needed in a government are present, but where all possible checks against abuses of that power are put in place, while still empowering the government to be an effective one at producing the end goal of a prosperous and ultra-stable society that maximizes the happiness of its subjects. To do this, he once again outlines, a legislature, an executive, and a judicial power comprehend the whole of what is meant and understood by government. It is by balancing each of these powers against the other two that the effort in human nature towards tyranny can alone be checked and restrained, and any degree of freedom preserved in the Constitution. As for the judicial branch, he notes the dignity and stability of government in all its branches, the morals of the people, and every blessing of society depends so much upon an upright and skillful administration of justice that the judicial power ought to be distinct from both the legislative and executive and independent upon both, that so it may be a check upon both, as both should be checks upon that. The judges therefore should always be men of learning and experience in the laws, of exemplary morals, great patience, calmness, coolness, and attention. Their minds should not be distracted with jarring interests. They should not be dependent upon any man or body of men. To these ends, they should hold estates for life in their offices, or in other words, their commissions should be during good behavior, and their salaries ascertained and established by law. For misbehavior, the Grand Inquest of the Colony, the House of Representatives, should impeach them before the governor and council, where they should have time and opportunity to make their defense, but if convicted, should be removed from their offices and subjected to such other punishments as shall be thought proper. Once again, he also proposed in it a bicameral legislature, with one meant to be the more aristocratic branch and the other more representative of the people, with both placing a check on the other. On this, he noted a unicameral, one-house legislature is too liable to all the vices, follies, and frailties of an individual, and that the executive branch further helped check the legislature via its veto power, and as alluded to, it was essential that the judicial branch be separate from the other two to ensure those who make the laws or have the most power weren't also the ones who were prosecuting them, nor had any real power over the judges in this way. And on top of all that, with the Supreme Court overseeing this branch, essentially making sure judges weren't subject to the will of the rulers in making their decisions. Adams concluded the pamphlet noting that despite the extremely tumultuous and stressful time they were then going through, how lucky he felt to be there doing just that, stating, "You and I, my dear friend, have been sent into life at a time when the greatest lawgivers of antiquity would have wished to have lived. How few of the human race have ever enjoyed an opportunity of making an election of government more than of air, soil, or climate for themselves or their children. When, before the present epoch, had 3 millions of people full power and a fair opportunity to form and establish the wisest and happiest government that human wisdom can contrive." This pamphlet was originally inspired by a discussion Adams had had with a Virginian delegate, Richard Henry Lee, in late 1775. After being impressed by Adams' ideas, he requested he formally write a pamphlet on it, which Lee then used to help convince Virginia to take the plunge and separate from Britain, which was critical to the rebellion happening in the first place. In the end, Adams simply applied these and similar ideas in his pamphlet to the Massachusetts Constitution he crafted. Going back to that, he began the Constitution with a preamble, then the Declaration of Rights, including such things as prohibiting unreasonable search and seizure, right to a trial by jury, and a right of every citizen to be tried by judges as free, impartial, and independent as the lot of humanity will admit, as it is essential to the preservation of the rights of every individual, his life, liberty, property, and character, that there be an impartial interpretation of laws and administration of justice. He also included freedom of religion, right to petition the government, etc. In all of this, with the clear statement of the entire purpose of this Constitution to ensure, once again, it may be a government of laws and not of men. He also very purposely put this Declaration of Rights before the frame of government portion in order to give extra emphasis on it. We'll get to in a bit why the US Constitution originally left such a Bill of Rights out, but for now, Adams thought defining an enforceable basic set of rights each citizen has under their government was essential for any government to have as core tenets, both in providing extra stability to the citizenry as well as another check to help stave off abuses from all those in power. Or, as Thomas Jefferson would later ring in when discussing the US Constitution, writing to James Madison on December the 20th, 1787, "A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth, general or particular, and what no just government should refuse or rest on inference." Once again coming up with very little original himself, with Adams' Declaration of Rights, he collected elements from countless other governments, such as the British government, and ideas from individuals' work throughout history on the subject to develop his list of fundamental rights. He also borrowed heavily from the Declaration of Independence, which in turn borrowed heavily from other ideas, and on and on. Again, All of this was more of a culmination of previous works and ideas all put together to try to come up with the best combined system overall. Speaking of the Declaration of Independence, at this point in history, it had been largely dismissed as having no significant importance to the budding United States in terms of how it was governed. This only really changed thanks to John Adams' son, John Quincy Adams, and then Abraham Lincoln continuing John Quincy's push to make the Declaration of Independence a defining element of how the U.S. Constitution should be interpreted. Going back to the Massachusetts Constitution and borrowing other ideas, John Adams and the delegates would, as alluded to, begin the Declaration of Rights section stating a version of some very familiar words, but this time explicitly putting it in the Constitution from the start. All men are born free and equal and have certain natural, essential, and unalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives and liberties, that of acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, in fine, that of seeking and obtaining their safety and happiness. You might at this point wonder how Massachusetts could be a state with slavery, yet once approved had this in their constitution. Well, several slaves would almost immediately wonder the same exact thing, most famously in the case of Mum Bet, a slave of one John Ashley in Sheffield, Massachusetts. Bet, represented by one Theodore Sedgwick, after hearing the shiny new Massachusetts Constitution read, claimed in court that her status as a slave was thus unconstitutional in Massachusetts. After all, it quite literally leads off with, all men are born free and equal. The case was heard in August of 1781, and a jury agreed that the Massachusetts Constitution did indeed now make slavery illegal in the state, and Mum Bet was thus freed. She then changed her name to Elizabeth Freeman and became a housekeeper in her lawyer's family household. As for her lawyer, Theodore Sedgwick, he would go on to rise to the Supreme Judicial Court in Massachusetts. Later cases in the state had the judges ruling the same exact way, and finally, in 1783, the Supreme Judicial Court got to ring in once and for all on the matter. On this, Justice William Cushing summed up, "Our Constitution of Government sets out with declaring that all men are born free and equal, and that every subject is entitled to liberty and to have it safeguarded by the laws, as well as life and property, and in short, is totally repugnant to the idea of being born slaves. This being the case, the idea of slavery is inconsistent with our conduct and Constitution." Intimate knowledge of all of this may have been why John Adams' son, John Quincy Adams, pushed so hard in his post-presidency fight to end slavery to make the Declaration of Independence a defining document in the nation, rather than largely just a piece of propaganda as it was originally. John Quincy Adams also cited the Declaration of Independence in this same way in his arguments before the U.S. Supreme Court in defending the crew of the Amistad who'd risen up against their captors aboard that ship in order to free themselves from a life of slavery. More on all of this in our recent documentaries, The Horribly Dressed, Socially Awkward Genius President, as well as The True Story of the Amistad. In the end, after a little under 2 months of work, John Adams completed his draft of the Massachusetts Constitution on October the 30th, 1779, then almost immediately left once again for France as, a month before this, on September the 27th, he had been appointed by the Continental Congress to go negotiate treaties for peace and commerce with Britain. While the Massachusetts Constitution has been amended 120 times through today, it is still the guiding core document for the state's government, making it the oldest codified constitution still functioning today. So what does this have to do with the formation of the United States Constitution? After John Adams, Ben Franklin, and co. successfully negotiated the end of the American Revolution with the Treaty of Paris, signed by both sides on September the 3rd, 1783, the United States had a major problem. Despite the name, its states weren't exactly actually united, generally out to serve their own interests first and, if convenient, those of their loose union. During the war, this was less of a problem as they had pressing need to work together. Now they didn't. Not only that, but in their quest to make a central government that was as purposely weak as possible so as never to come to dominate in the way their former government did over them, they had gone too far, creating a government in the Articles of Confederation, or the so-called League of Friendship, that had, as George Washington so famously put, no money, and no real way to get any outside of printing some that was worthless. This was a rather glaring issue for countless reasons, right down to the then complete inability for the government to pay its debt or its soldiers, or for anything at all, really. The central government also had very little power it could exert over its states, or make anything happen in many cases unless all the states agreed on it, which was an extreme rarity. This was a major immediate problem when considering, for For example, the aforementioned Treaty of Paris between Britain and the US that ended the war and gave incredibly favorable terms to the new country. The issue was, many of the states saw little need to adhere to the treaty, and indeed were not, and there was very little the federal government could do about it. This could have potentially blown up in the young nation's face had Britain decided to also renege on the deal, potentially plunging the nation right back into a war it could not afford against a still very superior adversary. In short, Congress had no real power to govern anything, the states knew it, and at a certain point it even mostly ceased trying. All of this had been done very intentionally, given the political minds among the colonists knew well most such attempts at similar governments in the past had ultimately devolved into some form of tyranny, whether tyranny of the majority or by those placed in power, regardless of what any laws put in place said. Not just in governments far afield in the past, but this was something they themselves had seen with some of the then state legislatures abusing their positions in the colony. George Washington would write of all of this, "We have probably had too good an opinion of human nature in forming our confederation." And he further states the government they had made was a shadow without the substance. Thus became clear to all that the articles needed, at the very least, amended heavily if the nation in some form was to survive at all. After some deliberation about this, it was decided to convene to fix the problem, and much like Massachusetts had done the second time around, they decided to select delegates from each state to represent the people in these changes. And so it was that 70 delegates were chosen from the 13 states, of which 55 ultimately attended the convention. This group of who's who in the nation over the course of several weeks slowly began to trickle into Philadelphia. Noteworthy here, Rhode Island, who liked things as they were and wanted no changes, did not send any delegates. Also notably absent were arguably two of the most capable at such an endeavor in Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, both of whom were overseas at the time, Jefferson serving in France and Adams serving as America's ambassador to England. Critically, however, Adams had not been idle in Britain. During his time there, he began to hyper-focus and obsess over the United States' issues as well as on theory of government. The result was the first volume of his A Defense of the Constitutions of Government of the United States, which was essentially a treatise on the various state governments in the United States, as well as an extremely in-depth survey on theory of government in general. On this work, Abigail Adams would write John was as much engaged upon the subject of government as Plato was when he wrote his Laws and Republic. His obsession in abandoning all but the most critical of his other duties in working on it was not just to correct rampant monarchical European criticisms in defending his new nation, but also because he was well aware that sometime soon the new nation would convene to improve upon the articles, and Adams wanted his work and philosophies in it read by those who would make these changes. Thus, he rushed to complete it, with the first volumes arriving in the US in April of 1787, directly before the Constitutional Convention. The work was expansive, borrowing ideas from everyone from Cicero to John Locke, in the end noting that at its core, the best government is one that takes features from democratic, aristocratic, and monarchical governments and includes a balanced government with independent checks on all level of power required for long-term stability. Once again hammering home his ideas implemented in the Massachusetts Constitution, he states that no realistic government could function without, to quote, men of large influence like the rich, and that there is a natural inclination in mankind of kingly government, but that it was critical to put in place checks to rein in their ambition and avarice, with his suggestion, once again, having to create the bicameral legislature with it intended that the Senate would more or less be comprised of this more elite class and the Congress more representative of the general public. Important to understand in this idea was that mob rule, or tyranny of the majority, was seen as just as important to check as tyranny of the elite. Thus again, the two branches would balance each other. Adams would write of his intention of this work to show the best models for Americans to study in order to show them the horrid precipice that lies before them in order to enable and stimulate them to avoid it. He concluded all of this. All nations under all governments must have parties. The great secret is to control them. There are but two ways, either by a monarchy and standing army, or by a balance in the Constitution. Where the people have a voice and there is no balance, there will be everlasting fluctuations, revolutions, and horrors until a standing army, with a general at its head, commands the peace, or the necessity of an equilibrium is made appear to all and is adopted by all. As for the completed work and its influence on the U.S. Constitution, founding father Benjamin Rush would write, "Mr. Adams's book has diffused such excellent principles among us that there is little doubt of our adopting a vigorous and compounded federal legislature." Thomas Jefferson would write to Adams of it, "I have read your book with infinite satisfaction and improvement. It will do great good in America. Its learning and its good sense will, I hope, make it an institute for our politicians, old as well as young." Founding Father David Ramsey would further note, "This work is universally admired in Carolina, and I flatter myself it will be instrumental in diffusing right notions of government, and that I devoutly wish that the sentiments of it were engraven on the heart of every legislator in the United States." As previously mentioned, as Adams had hoped, when the delegates began to convene on Philadelphia, the first copies of his book also made their way across the pond to find their way into the hands of the architects of the Constitution. On top of this, the Pennsylvania Mercury began publishing a serialized version of it in May of 1787, and papers in Massachusetts, New York, and critically, Philadelphia followed suit, coming out weekly while the U.S. Constitution was being drafted. And its influence on those proceedings appear to have been significant. Once again, not because of any original ideas in it, but because of how it crystallized the existing ideas into concise, well-organized form. Ben Franklin noted of the book during the convention, it was in such request here, with the then existing 40 full copies available in the United States being circulated among the delegates.